Good morning. Welcome to our Operations Committee meeting, Tuesday, 9th of December. A little bit different today, the first operations of the triennium. We're going to have all council involved in these meetings through this one. And for the benefit of the new councillors and members that maybe haven't been on ops for a wee while, the purpose of this meeting is for all the team leaders to brief us on their group activities and their progress and their plans and things. And they aim to have everybody across the activities and things and able to brief and discuss with your residents and ratepayers and be pretty well across the nuts and bolts, because this is a lot of the nuts and bolts stuff and business as usual. We're basically all singing off the same song sheet, I think is the best way to say it. It's largely discussion items, so questions are welcome through the chair and across the table, please. And we'll do our best to not do what I'm guilty of getting into the weeds. We've got fairly long meeting today, followed by a workshop, so we'll try and rattle through. And we've got to stop 10:30 smart because I think there's a special morning tea down the hall there. So yes, away we go. Start health and safety, exit out the doors. Doors and meet outside St John's. The red light goes, sit tight until you're advised otherwise. Do we have apologies? Just want to let us.
Yeah.
Fiona.
Fiona Balakis.
Apologies for next Tuesday's meeting. I will not be here.
We'll leave that till next week, probably, Steve. Thank you. Yeah.
Do we have any conflicts of interest today? We're recording, we're being live streamed. Do we have any urgent business? So our first item is a decision item, page 5 to 8 on the appointment of a hearings panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Andrew is unable to be with us today, so he was going to give you the full detail that sits behind all of this. So I'm going to take the report as read. However, I will highlight a few bits and pieces. But it's relatively straightforward. From time to time, we do have some activities or circumstances arise that does need a hearing panel or a discrete set of councillors to set aside and to make some decisions around certain different pieces of legislation. And in this case, we're looking for the committee to appoint a hearing panel for this triennium to hear and determine matters under the Dog Control Act, the Impounding Act and the Litter Act. They are formal hearings in nature, and they do require a slightly different format to what we would ordinarily experience in one of these committees. What we are recommending is that we have a panel of 4 members, so 3 members and 1 alternate, and one of those people will be nominated as the chair. And in the instances of the hearing panel, it is up to the chair to write the decision on behalf of the hearing panel. So it's just worthwhile considering that when you're deciding who's going to be on the hearing panel. Like I say, relatively straightforward. We are recommending that you appoint a hearing panel consisting of 3 members and 1 alternate from the Operations Committee, and nominate one of the members as the chair of the hearing panel, and delegate the hearing panel to conduct hearings and determine matters under the Dog Control Act 1996, Impounding Act 1955 and the Litter Act 1978.
Through the chair, can you just explain a little more about writing the decision, Dan? Because that will be provided some guidance from officers to support that. Because I don't want our councillors to be sitting here thinking, I'm not going to be left in that void. So can you just give us a bit of an understanding of how that might appear, or what sort of guidance or support will be provided for that?
So Yes, Madam Mayor, or Mr Chair, Madam Mayor, that Andrew will certainly be providing a briefing and some training to the panel. And then before every hearing, he will be giving an insight into how the proceedings should be undertaken. Certainly won't be trying to give any guidance or advice on what decisions you do make, because that's entirely up to the panel. But essentially, officers are there on hand to provide guidance and advice all the way through the process. And it's not as if we're going to expect them to write some kind of 400-word essay. They're relatively straightforward in terms of explaining why the decision came about, well, what the decision is and how it came about.
So I believe there's a couple of items already that'll be coming up very soon to be dealt with. So I guess the big call for that.
Yeah, I have spoken to Fiona Harris, Councillor Harris, and to see, so I was aware that she was going to be late, or apology for lateness, and asked her if she would be willing to participate or be part of this committee, and she would be willing to do so. So with that, I'd be happy to nominate her, and if that's good protocol, meeting protocol. Yeah. She's aware of it.
She'd be excellent. I'll be happy to second that. Any further?
I just raising it, so it's a litter act as well. Buy more of the litter act as well as the dog. So if there's someone objecting to what's involved in the litter side, what type of objections would we think we'd receive?
Well, Mr Chair, this would be, for example, somebody dumping some litter down a riverbed somewhere. The officers will go through that material. They might find some evidence to suggest it's somebody, and that person would then be objecting to say, well, that wasn't me. It would then come to the hearing panel to hear.
So it's only when someone objects to.
In the normal course of events, Mr Chair, we would be, or officers would be dealing with these. It's only when dispute arises as a result of the enforcement action that officers are taking.
Thank you.
And this is separate to somebody that perhaps has a section that's become of concern.
Decision.
So we've perhaps got an eastie and a west. What have we got? Eastie and the south there. Is there maybe perhaps a westie?
Yeah.
Mr Chair, might I just add that just in case anybody's thinking that the onslaught of workload, whilst we've got two waiting in the wings, generally the workloading involved in it is very, very little.
It's a fact pocket committee, just in case, as Vince said, if there's an objection.
Albeit there is emotions involved. You are dealing with pet owners and so we've got three. Pauline, you want to say?
Yeah, look, I'll express my interest. I guess it probably sits well with my experience with the district licensing committee hearings and decision writing. So be happy to be the fourth, actually, rather than jump in as one of the three. If the council would support that.
Otherwise, I think yeah, four names moved and seconded. It's all those in favour say aye. Against?
Who was the fourth? And who was the third, sorry? Oh, Chris.
Yes, that. Anyone against? So that's carried. Yeah, do we need to, I think the second part. We're being asked to nominate a chair for the hearings panel as well. Graham's not even up to speak with.
And you happy to take that role?
I'm quite happy to do it, if, you know, if Fiona away, then can't speak for herself, but, I'm quite happy to somebody else's, you know, would like to be involved in it.
I'm happy to move forward, Robbie. Councillor Burton.
Second, Steve. Second, Steve. Who was in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to our discussion items. So Dan will lead us through that. Oh, there's more. Oh, okay, so there's a second one. Do we not move on that whole thing? We want to have two separate.
Well, what I will say, just for the sake of clarity, Mr. Chair, you've approved the 4 members,
Yeah.
you've approved the chair, and I would just tick the final box to say that you do delegate that hearing panel.
Happy to put that. So we've read the second bullet point here, that we delegate the hearing panel to conduct hearings and determine matters under the Dog Control Act 1996, Pounding Act 1955, and Litter Act 1978. Most in favour? Oh, we need to move a second. Have somebody move it. Chris, a second. All those in favour? Against? Well done. So now we can move to our discussion items, just, and, we can do something like that. So,
The expert.
Yes. Could I, because there's new ones and ones that haven't been on the, this particular committee before, could I ask you just to briefly introduce yourself and what your team is?
Yes, so my name is Kirsty McLeod. I'm the team leader for water safety here at the council. My team are the people that operate our water treatment plants, and I have some other people on the team that look after other some water safety kind of components of how we run our water supplies. So part of my role is focus on compliance and making sure our water supplies are operating in a compliant manner. So this submission that we're looking to make is very much about making sure the rules are not too onerous for us, and things that, you know, we think we can practically achieve. So that's what this is about. So I thought I would start, I guess, for the benefit of new councillors, just in terms of how the drink water quality assurance rules fit in with the regulatory environment. So we have the Water Services Act, which is the key piece of legislation that our drinking water suppliers have to abide with. So that's the high level rules. Underneath that Water Services Act, there are drinking water standards that we have to meet. Those drinking water standards set like minimum and maximum levels for components or contaminants in water supplies. So things like nitrate, they'll say this is the maximum amount of nitrate, you know, that you can have in the water. So those drinking water standards are just levels. And then we have the drinking water quality assurance rules, which this submission is to do with those rules. And those rules we also have to meet. And they set more what type of treatment systems we need to have in place at the plants, how much monitoring we have to do, what type of actions that we have to take. So that's what this particular submission is about. So Taumata Aroa, the drinking water regulator, these rules, they date back to 2022, but it's a new drinking water regulator, so they have been making amendments to the rules in the last few years. This particular consultation is about the large supply rules, so that's drinking water supplies that serve more than 501 or more people. So we actually have 14 of our treatment plants out of 18 are actually using those large supply rules. So even though we don't have that many suppliers in that population bracket, there are some benefits for us in using the larger supply rules over the rules for smaller suppliers in some circumstances. So this does have quite an impact on us in terms of the number of water treatment plants that these rules will affect. So yeah, the submission is due on the 19th of December, so it gives us a wee bit of time to get your feedback and can make amendments to the draft that the team has put together. I would say from my analysis of looking at the consultation documents, looking at the rules that they've changed, it appears that the regulator is really kind of going to a little bit more prescription in the rules. So they appear to be, based on their experience to date with water suppliers and their annual reporting, they appear to be a little bit uncomfortable with the level of non-compliance in some particular areas. And they appear to be a little bit uncomfortable with the lack of visibility of compliance in some areas. So I would say that in summary, most of the rules that have changed are introducing a little bit more prescription, more reporting requirements, and a little bit less flexibility that we had previously. So I think that's a little bit of a disappointing thing for us to see, is that there's probably fewer opportunities for well-managed suppliers to reduce compliance costs. I'll give like a simple example of it. Under the rules as they currently are, if we dose a chemical at a plant, we had to do high-level monitoring for a year to show that we were managing that chemical dosing well, then we could reduce our monitoring frequency down. So we were having to do monthly, we did a year, all our results were good, we could reduce that down to annual testing. Basically, that's an example now where they kind of said, we're not happy with that anymore. There was too much non-compliance with some water suppliers in that area. We don't kind of trust you. Everyone just has to do monthly testing. So I think that's the disappointing thing, is that, yeah, we could have, reduced compliance costs under the previous, the rules as they are now, but under this, there's not that opportunity. I think it's important for us to submit on the amendments. There are quite significant changes in some areas. Some of them will impose additional costs, and some of them will create more compliance difficulties for us, the way the rules have been structured. So Taumata Arawai have also indicated that they have been criticised a wee bit about how many times they've changed rules and the goalposts keep changing and things, but they have said in this consultation that these rules are expected to be in place for 10 years. So this is really they've said that, but yeah, this is really, if they stick to that, we do want to make sure we get these as right as we can, because we're going to be stuck with them for, a wee while. So just on the next page, in terms of a background, the team have produced this draft submission, which is in Appendix 1. I will go through that in a bit more detail. Just in terms of a bit of more of an overview, Taumata Arawai, in the report I refer to them as the authority. So they're called the Water Services Authority, Taumata Arawai. They've said that their reasons for doing the changes were they wanted to make our legal responsibilities clearer. They wanted to establish consistent and standardised compliance approaches to provide certainty to us. So I think that's where, I guess that's the euphemism for, to me, that's more prescription. They are making a clearer rule, possibly, but they're imposing that basically consistently, everyone has to do that the same. So to me, that's where the more prescription comes in. They have amended the reporting requirements. Mainly that's more reporting. And they've introduced some specific new rules in some areas. So the key one that we had been a little bit worried about was the virus compliance. So drinking water quality assurance rules have never had viral compliance included. They indicated some time ago that they were going to put that in. That was a little bit concerning for us in terms of the fact that our plants have already been upgraded. We've already spent a lot of money. If they came out with something that was going to be quite new and difficult, that would have been a problem. I just want to reassure everyone that that was, you know, a good outcome for this, is that the virus compliance is still based basically on UV, chlorine treatment systems that we already have in place, and we can meet the requirements around that. So that was good to see. They have introduced some new requirements around pressure monitoring in the reticulation that we've never had before. So they're obviously concerned about loss of water pressure and the effects on water quality with loss of pressure in the networks. And they have introduced some new requirements around qualification and experience for people that do source water assessments. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail when I go through the appendix. There are some positive changes. I think we want to support things like they have changed the reporting period from currently Taumata Arawa have worked on a calendar year, and they're moving that to financial year reporting, which is a lot better for us because it aligns better with DIA reporting. It's been, you know, quite onerous having those two different timeframes, so we want to support that. I just want to point out that the consultation document has 90 questions. You'll see from the appendix that, you know, there's not 90 questions in there. So there's quite a few of the questions in the consultation that don't actually really apply to us. They're based on things like treatment systems, such as ozone, you know, that we don't actually use. So, you know, I haven't commented on any of that. The team haven't really looked at those rules where, you know, they don't have any direct implication on us. So I just wanted to point out that this isn't the full set of questions in the consultation, but that's what we've done. Yes, I think I've talked about point 7. And yeah, just that date of 19th of December is really the key date that we do have to have the submission lodged on their portal by. So if there's no questions about that overview, yeah.
Through the chair, can I just put back to the summary portion there? It's just something I just want to get some clarification on. So in relation to sort of midway down there, tighter compliance requirements, and also in areas where the visibility of compliance has been limited. What does that mean?
Okay, so with that annual reporting, they have a set of rules that they say, we want your compliance data, or we want to hear your compliance outcome for this particular rule. So they're saying that the way they have worded some rules, that when we report on that, they don't feel like they've got a good enough picture about what that actually means in terms of risk. So I think a good example would be with cyanobacteria. So that's blue-green algae that can form toxins in water. So there's a rule around cyanobacteria that says council has to have a response protocol. And so when I do the annual report, it'll say, do you have a response protocol? And I'll say, yes, we do. And they're saying, we don't really know how good that is. We're not really comfortable that we know that you're actually managing that well. So that's an area that they've put more prescription in around that now. Yeah.
Through the chair, my Kirsty Chris Carthy, Westport, nice to meet you. I have a couple of questions just briefly. In the compliance increased costs, how's that affecting our labour force? And is that something that's probably maybe not on your card, but if so, and what's the increase in costs with the new compliance? Are we aware of those numbers?
Yeah, some of them I have looked at. So an example would be that requirement around suitably qualified people to do source water risk assessment stuff. So we have done that in-house. I talked through some of the other councils that have done their source water assessments and used consultants. So the document is not, the rules are not saying you have to use a consultant, but what they're saying, this suitably qualified and experienced person, in the past, historically, when regulation has made a stipulation like that, what councils have tended to do to manage risk is use consultants. And the cost of so I spoke to the other councils, the ones who've used consultants to do source water risk management plans by a consultant has been 10 to 20,000 per plan. So we've got 22 source waters that would need that done. So you're kind of looking, what, $200,000-300,000 just for that one component. Yeah, the monitoring costs in terms of like the chemicals, you know, that, you know, we're not letting you reduce your frequency of monitoring down. You know, we're probably talking about $20,000 or $30,000 more a year with those chemical costs.
Yeah, per annum, sorry, through the chair, per annum.
Yes.
I have one other supplementary question, if you wouldn't mind, through the chair. The question I'd like to ask is in relation to those costs and to the consulting. As we go into our new entity of the independent water and the transferred assets, those monitoring and those costs will fall debit to them, no doubt. Are we in a position to control them under the legislation, or do you think it'll run away from us? Was that too hard a question for this? Not hard, it's the wrong question for this area. Maybe to the Chief of Operations.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would say that's probably a bit too hard at the moment.
Still, it's a question we do need to consider for our ratepayers going forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Pauline, you had.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks, Kirsty, for the explanation. I was wondering about the missing questions, but assumed that you guys have just focused on what was, you know, top for HDC. Just in regards to, and I think it's very well written too, by the way. Just in regards to page 15, rule D3R, D3, the continuous monitoring one. Well, we've been quite clear there about, you know, the issue of the 1 month versus the 1 day. And we've sort of said, you know, we kind of haven't actually in straight words said what we want.
Okay.
Could we just maybe finish that potentially with a?
You're just going to head through this section yet.
Oh, sorry, am I jumping ahead?
Yeah,
You're fine,
Sorry.
but the answer might be forthcoming.
It might be.
yeah, that's a great point. I was planning to go through.
Okay, sorry, I'm
detail.
jumping ahead.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Come back to it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Robbie, putting me back on the straight and narrow.
Okay, so was there any more questions about the overview or summary? No? Okay, well, we'll move on to the actual proposed submission. So question 2A to 2C, yeah, basically we would like to support that change to financial year over calendar year reporting. Definitely has some benefits to us in terms of time saving, and it also aligns the compliance outcome better. Yeah, it's complicated when you have 2 different reports looking at 2 different periods, and you could be compliant in one period and not compliant in another, and that's just very confusing in terms of risk communication. Question 4A to 4B. So this is an area where I'd say they're uncomfortable in terms of what we're providing or what water supplies are providing with continuous monitoring data. So when I talk about continuous monitoring data, that is where a plant has an instrument that is basically taking a reading every minute. That's the level of data is continuous monitoring data. So currently under the rules, if we have a non-compliance, for example, we have a monitor that is reading UV dose on our UV plants. If we have a period where that makes the data shows we were non-compliant, we didn't reach the dose, we just record that as non-compliance for the day, and we just tell them we were non-compliant for that day. Under the proposal, they're saying we want to know exactly the time period. We want to know, was it 15 minutes? We want to know, was it 72 minutes? So it's a much higher level of reporting. It's something we know, we have the data. My argument is that as water suppliers, you know, we are responsible for reacting to, you know, non-compliance with data. We are in the best position to be reacting, and we do that anyway. When we have alarms, that we will respond to that. I don't see that there is a lot of benefit in giving them that data a month down the track, when we should have been responding to that straight away. The other point around this, it will cost us more in terms of reprogramming our reports to be able to actually give them that data in the way that they would want it. It won't give us any benefit in terms of risk communication to the public. Like if they'd said to us, if you tell us you're only non-compliant for a 15-minute period, when we go out and tell the public about your water supply and we report to them, that's going to be clear that you are only non-compliant for a 15-minute period. I would say, okay, we're getting some benefit out of that. They're not going to do that. They're still going to say we were non-compliant for the whole day. So, question 4G. So this is around, it's again around continuous monitoring. This particular question is about in the distribution zone. So we have these same type of continuous monitors out testing chlorine levels out in the reticulation network. So if we have one of those that is needs some maintenance work done on it, or it needs calibration, or for whatever reason we're not getting data off that, they are extending the period. So this is helpful to us, which is why we're supporting it. They're extending the period for that, where that can be down for up to 48 hours. We just have to replace that continuous data by sending someone out once a day to do a manual test once a day. So it was a lot tighter than that before, and you had to have someone out there like every half an hour, and it was very difficult to make. You know, if that happens through the night, you're making a decision to have an operator out there doing a manual test every 30 minutes, which we basically just were not doing because it would, the cost of it just didn't balance out with the risk. So they have addressed that, which is good. Question 4H is similar, but this is talking about continuous monitoring equipment at a treatment plant. So it's allowing you, to have that also not working for a period of time, which is practical because you always have to do maintenance on them. You have to do calibration. So it's just it's reducing the amount. So you have to take a sample every 60 minutes, whereas before that was 15 minutes or something like that. So it's definitely more doable there at the plant. So we would like to support that. Question 5H, this is to do with what I'd spoken about in terms of source water class assessment being done by a suitably qualified and experienced person. I'll just share my experience from, I used to be a drinking water assessor. I used to work for the regulator when it was Ministry of Health. Under the previous drinking water standards, which were basically they incorporated the rules, there was a requirement in there for secure groundwater, which was deep groundwater that had some less requirements around treatment. It said you needed a suitably qualified and experienced person to assess whether that groundwater was secure. Every council used consultants to do that because it was so high risk. So that would be my concern with this wording that they've put in there, that would push us towards consultants as well. And the argument that we've made there is around, the regulator has spoken a lot about they want the sector to be more mature. They want the sector to be responsible for water. They want the sector to understand their water supplies, which we completely agree with. We should be. We are the experts in terms of making sure water we put out is safe. So you get a consultant in to do a source water risk assessment. They write a report for you. You get a nice report. You might read the report. Source water changes all the time, and we should be in a position where our own staff understand our source water risks, and that we are in a position to, when things change, we can react to that immediately, and we understand what difference that makes in terms of our treatment systems and how we need to respond. So I don't think they're on the right track with that in particular. So yeah, I think we want to push back against that.
Yes, could I just ask, is that around getting consultants, is that more around liability rather than skills to do the job?
My opinion would be is that how it has kind of tracked in the past. Yeah. I mean, they're not saying, I will clarify, they're not saying you have to go out and get an independent third party. They haven't gone that far.
Yeah.
But I think there's still risk with the wording that they've used. And it's something that we feel like we have done very successfully in-house, and I think it's had benefits for us doing it in-house. So, I just think we want to be wary of anything that pushes us away from that.
That's through the chair. So we can do this in-house efficiently. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, we have done it. We've already done
Yeah, I
it.
know you have, but I'm
Yeah.
just asking the question for the record. So we can do this efficiently in-house without these extra costs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Okay, question 5P. Okay, so this was about the cyanobacteria response plans, and it says that example that I spoke about earlier. Currently we can say, look, we have a source water, you know, it's a surface water source. We know it does sometimes get algal bloom in it. We've already written our cyanobacteria response plan. This is how we comply, this is how we deal with it. And that's quite individual to different sources, how we manage that situation. They've moved away from that. So they have just said, you know, you've got a surface water source, you have to go out depends on the risk. So we have to, I'd say they're high risk or they're medium risk. You either have to go out monthly or weekly, you have to do a transect survey across your river. So that means someone gets in the river with a visual thing that you look through to see the bottom and see the stones, walk across the river and determine what percentage coverage you've got of, so this is algae that grows, you know, on the stones and rivers. And then as well as that, you have to do this test. It costs $149 a test for cyanobacteria biovolume. So they're kind of using two approaches. You go out there and do a visual assessment, but you also have to do monitoring as well. It's just not practical for some of our rivers. The Huranui River, you know, by the Huranui #1 intake, which does, you know, sometimes get algal bloom in there. You know, we couldn't send someone out to walk across that river, and it's just, you know, it's unsafe. So, you know, we've managed that with these response plans and looking at, you know, which is the best approach for different rivers. The Ashley River, you know, we can send someone out into the Ashley River and do that. And so, you know, we would prefer a little bit of a more nuanced approach where we can manage risk ourselves and determine what the most effective approach is, you know, for our sources. So, yeah, that's the focus of that part of the submission. Question 8D. Oh, yeah, so this is the one around this question, when it talks about chemicals, it's not talking about naturally occurring chemicals that you might get in your source water, or it's talking about chemicals that you dose at your treatment plant. So that's quite a key distinction to make, because what we're arguing here is that they are saying, regardless of your history, you've tested monthly for this heightened program, which we went through. You've shown that your levels have been low, so you've reduced down to only having to test annually. We're not happy with that now. Some suppliers had bad results and we don't like it. Everyone has to do monthly. So this is an area where if you manage a supply in a plant well, so say at Hamner we dose an aluminium-based coagulant to help combine the particles together before they go through the filters. Some suppliers got high aluminium results in their water that they were sending out to the public, and it's because they don't manage their dosing well. If you're a supplier and you've shown that you haven't got, you know, high results, you know, as long as we don't change anything and we keep managing how we dose correctly, we won't have a problem. But they're basically saying we're not going to accept that. Everyone just has to do monthly, and that's that. So I think where it's a chemical where you understand causation of high levels, which is well understood with, you know, aluminium, and the other one here is chlorate. So chlorate is something that forms in chlorine, and if you don't manage your chlorine stocks well, if you keep them and they're too old, or you keep them and they get too warm, chlorate will start to form in the actual chlorine solution. So it's all about, you know, managing it well, and you won't have a problem. So that's what we want to get back to. Question 10E. So this is the new, where they've incorporated having some pressure limits in the reticulation zones. So previously this will have been managed under our drinking water safety plans. So under that Water Services Act that I spoke about, we have to comply with these rules, but we also have to have risk management plans for all of our water supplies. So this is an area in the past where the regulator would have said, in your drinking water safety plan, you need to, show how you're managing pressure in your networks. And so we would do that in our drinking water safety plan. They're now saying, no, it has to be in your drinking water safety plan, but we also want to specify prescriptive limits within the rules, and you're going to have to report on those. So it's just them kind of doubling down their compliance effort in this particular space. I guess, we've got some concerns about this. Pressure monitoring is, wouldn't argue it's a great thing to do. It's useful, it's great for supply management. But just some of their limits there and their compliance period that they've got. So essentially you have to meet 150 kPa across 85% of the day, and you can't have any results less than 100 kPa. And this is all based on continuous monitoring. So, when we look at our data, if we had firefighting and they're drawing water off the reticulation on a single day, we will be non-compliant, for that whole month, basically, on the basis of that one day of firefighting, which might have only occurred for a few hours. We're non-compliant. And, we have to think about what that looks like when compliance results go out to the public. It suddenly looks like that water supplier is not managing pressure in their reticulation for that whole month. And if you got that one day, every day in a month, all of a sudden it looks like you're not managing that for the whole year. You've got no good management. So, we would prefer if they want to keep that in, which I think they will. I think they're pretty definite on this, there's going to be a rule around it. We would just prefer that compliance to be measured out over a month. So then if you do get a few days of, firefighting and a few periods of lower pressure, it's not going to make you non-compliant for the whole month, because you measure that over the month. And, we would consider that as a better reflection of, is the supplier managing pressure well, when you look, more generally over a month rather than, over a day. Okay, and then, so they have this lovely consultation document where they ask all these specific questions, and they kind of miss out on some things that, they just don't ask a question on, but they do have this final comment section. So this is where I've pulled in, we've pulled in, some specific other areas where they haven't asked us about, but we have concerns. So that first one around the turbidity monitoring it's just the way the rule is worded. It makes it sound like we would have to do, so turbidity is particles in the water. So you've got lots of particles in the water, it affects how effective your treatment system is. So currently, if we look at a typical setup with these plants, we would have a continuous turbidity monitor on the raw water. So that's the water as it's coming into the plant before it has any treatment. We would have a turbidity monitor after a filtration system. So after your filter has removed turbidity, and that will be it. So it's 2 turbidity meters, and then, water is going out to the distribution. The way this is worded makes it sound like we would actually have to put a 3rd turbidity meter in, because it's saying water leaving the treatment plant. And so some of our plants, and the majority of them now, have a tank at the treatment plant, big storage tank. So I think this leaving the plant could be interpreted as leaving a reservoir, which would mean we'd have to put another turbidity meter after the reservoir as well. And really there's not a lot of risk of you getting, more particles into a reservoir when it's a sealed reservoir. And we've got other, control mechanisms around making sure our reservoirs, are secure. So yeah, it would just be a lot of cost when you put that out across, 14 different treatment plants to put that more monitoring in, without, what I can see, no real public health benefit to it. The next rule around the pH range. So this is, they've put in a new rule around pH being between 6.5 and 8. The problem with this is that they've actually pushed it, combined it with the chlorine rule. And so instead of it being a separate rule, it's now, if we didn't meet this pH range, it makes it look like we're non-compliant for the chlorine rule as well, because they're combined. And I think that's really poor risk communication, and it's a really poor assessment of, you know, if we non-compliant, if we had a single pH reading of 6.4, which we will have at some plants, you'll suddenly look like you're non-compliant for the whole disinfection rule, which would make us look, you know, quite bad and would be seen as quite a serious breach. So we would be arguing that they don't need that pH range in at all. They already have a separate aesthetic guidelines document that says, you know, your pH of your supply should be between this range. In terms of water safety, there are, when you get above 8, your disinfection with chlorine isn't as effective. But they've actually already got that covered, because this, sorry, this is getting a wee bit technical, but this free available chlorine equivalent is making you calculate, if your pH is above 8, you have to calculate what the equivalent FAC is, because your chlorine is less effective above 8. Is that makes sense? So the argument here is they've already got the water safety risk covered by making you calculate FACE. Okay. And continuous monitoring, this one really annoyed me, because they had assured us, we pointed it out to them numerous times, and they'd assured us that this was going to get fixed. It hasn't been fixed. So this is where, in the reticulation, we have been quite proactive, and we have reduced costs by putting in continuous monitoring for chlorine. And it's a far more effective way of knowing that we are, you know, managing our supplies effectively by having these monitors that test the chlorine every minute out in our reticulation, than having someone that goes out and drives all around the district and takes a one-off sample 2 days a week. So the way the rule has been written, and the way that they haven't changed it, is that if you get 1 minute of data off that continuous monitor, that will make you non-compliant. And the compliance monitoring period is a month, so it makes you non-compliant for that whole month. And so it really irritates me, because, you know, this 1 minute of data, and it suddenly looks like we've had this problem, you know, and not having enough chlorine in our network for a whole month. So, you know, we have said that compliance period should be a day, and this 1 minute of data might put you out for a day, but it doesn't then make you look like you're non-compliant for a whole month. So yeah, that's the point of that one. So that was all of it.
Through the chair, thank you. Maybe I won't answer my question, but do you feel that the TA had perhaps broad stroked a little bit too much in places?
Yeah, that probably would be my opinion on it. I think
It reads like that.
yeah, I think it's a little bit of regulating to the lowest common denominator, I feel, in some parts. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks through the chairs. If I could just return to my point earlier, because I said, I sensed your irritation actually when I read that last one.
Yeah.
And I just felt like it just needed a statement on the end actually saying what we want, which is that, you know,
The compliance monitoring period is one thing.
yeah, the compliance monitoring and the period being reduced to 1 day.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I will make that change.
Yeah, excuse me, I think it's a fantastic report, and I've got to be honest, man, I've had to power my way through this and not understanding most of it. We have continuous monitoring in certain areas and for certain aspects of the water supply. Would it not be possible, and you know, this is just a layman talking here, would it not be possible to have continuous monitoring before and after of all the issues that are in here? Would that just be too cost prohibitive? Because if there was continuous monitoring as the water comes in and then as the water comes out, if we had continuous monitoring, we would then have 24/7 coverage of all the aspects of our water supply it would be less labour intensive, because you've already mentioned that, you know, getting people to go out and spend every half an hour doing a test, whereas if we had continuous monitoring, that would appear to be, to me, would be much easier. And then if you've then got AI or some sort of program in the background then that is continually analysing those results, we'd have a really good picture. Is that totally impractical or totally cost prohibitive, or is it pie in the sky, or am I talking nonsense?
No, yeah, and it's probably, I probably haven't explained it well enough. I think we've probably currently utilised continuous monitoring to the full extent of where we are allowed to under the rules. So we do have continuous monitoring on the raw water as it comes in. So any parameter that we can abide by the rules with continuous monitoring, we have already got that in place. So, you know, like the raw water coming in, you know, we can use continuous monitoring for conductivity, pH, turbidity. We have all those in place already with continuous monitoring. So the areas where I'm saying someone actually has to go out is where it's basically required by the rules that that's done by manual assessment. So things like the cyanobacteria, there is no continuous monitoring available currently in terms of the technology that the regulator is confident enough with to let us use that as opposed to going out and doing manual tests. So yeah, I would say as a council, you know, that has been the priority. And I think, you know, based on the nature of this district and how big it is and how many water supplies we have, that's always been, you know, a real focus is reducing, you know, operator time, having to travel around and yeah, fully utilise as much as we can continuous monitoring. So yeah.
Right, thank you, Kirsty, for your comprehensive knowledge, it's exceptional. Can I just ask, you've probably talked with your counterparts in other like-minded councils or like-thinking councils. The points that we're trying to raise here in support or in opposition, do you feel we get alignment up and down the country to be influential? Any sort of gauge on where we might sit? Because, you know, this is our last chance in many ways to get a good or make a significant influence in, you know, what is ahead of us in the future, no matter who's serving that water. So yeah, do we get it? Are we aligned? And I guess is my question.
Yeah, I think on a lot of the points we are aligned. So I attended a teleconference with a networking group that we have. So it's mainly Canterbury Council. So it's Christchurch City Council, Ashburton, Selwyn, Waimak, Wellington Water actually joined on that as well, Tasman District Council. So it's a networking group that we have where, you know, we discuss like the rules and, you know, what our concerns were and things like that. And yeah, there's definitely alignment on a lot of the points. I kind of use that as an opportunity to, you know, I'd already had a look at it and I knew what, you know, some of our concerns were. And so I just use it as an opportunity for trying to get them on board with some of our concerns. So, you know, I think that that's been effective, and I've, you know, seen some of they're probably a little bit behind us, haven't actually got to the point of presenting their submissions, but have seen, you know, some of their drafts, and yeah, certainly a lot of our points are aligned.
That's right, good to hear, thank you.
It's a very good submission, and I think some of the ways that tinkering of the rules are setting up us to fail, because you only have to have 1 minute, then they make it look like it's a month. So you imagine what the media and that will only get half the story can say, oh, look at the Haranui, we're failing, we've done all this, and it can be only 1 minute, and the problem, and you know, and it's all a machine. We're relying on technology which can fluctuate. So I think it's good on you. Hopefully they listen, because you know otherwise it's creating a bit of a monster, because the costs are just, how many people will they have to have behind the scenes extra to actually take in all this? It's all very well to have all this monitoring. Who looks at it? You know, are they actually even going to look at it? You know, you get overloaded with information, and it just You drown in it.
Tom,
I guess I'm following on from what Mari said. Are we working with Kaikoura on this and consulting with them so that we're in alignment with them when our waters are combined?
Kaikoura District Council weren't on that teleconference.
Yeah.
I'm reasonably familiar with Kaikoura District Council's, well, I have some familiarity with their water supplies. I think, yeah, there are some points in here. This is very much focused on our water supplies. There is probably, I mean, another point that I would make if I was Kaikoura District Council about an area of compliance that doesn't affect us, but will affect them. I guess that's something that if council wanted me to, I could draft something up around that particular rule. I don't imagine they will be doing a submission. I don't think they're in a position to do a submission in terms of, from my understanding. So I could do that. I do know there's a rule. If I was them, I would be submitting on it.
would that not be a good neighbourly thing to do, particularly with the Frisco coming up?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah, so I'll briefly explain that, what that rule is. So currently, so we use continuous monitoring for our chlorine. So, you know, my concern was around that rule. They use people who go out and test their FAC level and their reticulation. Currently, the rule has a frequency and an interval that says, you know, you cannot go more than 3 days between samples. So the rule has changed and now it has set like an hourly amount. So I can't remember the hours that it is. And speaking to their sampling contractor, who is also our sampling contractor, I know that they said that's quite a concern to them because if you've got like a 3-day gap, the sampling contractor can quite easily, you know, do that efficiently and say, well, we need to get a sample, but it can be sometime in this day. Whereas if you've got, it has to be within like 72 hours or something from the last sample, they're suddenly like, they don't have that flexibility with their sampling run any longer. And they're going to go, well, we have to get to Kincaid by this hour, and that is going to mean, and potentially instead of doing the most efficient route, we are now suddenly going to, you know, have to go there and just to meet this very strict time frame instead of, yeah, he said that. So if I was Kaikoura, I would be submitting on that. I'd be concerned about that.
Look, I'm just aware of the time, so I think we've got a couple of options. If we feel that we're ready to have a look at the officer's recommendation, we can do that. If we feel we've got more questions, here comes one from Hayden.
Nerdy question of the day. Do they provide a definition of what they mean by chlorate, Kirsty? Because chlorate can either mean the oxyanion of chlorine, the fluid state oxyanion of chlorine, which true technical name for chlorate is often used to refer to the full 4 chlorine oxyanions. So chlorite, perchlorite, chlorate, and hypochlorite.
Gosh, Hamish. Yeah, there is a separate map for chlorite, so I imagine but it's not defined in the rules, but I would say it would go back to the standards, the drinking water standards that have the separate,
Yeah, it's a clarity because
yeah.
you know the whole group of chlorine oxyanions is referred to as chlorate.
Yeah.
But the true chlorate is the CO3 minus.
Yeah. Would you like me to add in?
Oh, maybe just ask the question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I say, we can either look at the recommendation if I feel that there's a lot more questions to come, we've got to ask Kirsty to come back after Spoko.
A very quick one, through the chair. Just a quick thing to the room and also to Kirsty as well. Question is, as I read through this, and I spent a bit of time over the last few days reading wonderful piece of work, thank you. Do you think this, with these broad strokes, that they're leaving open areas for change in legislation or change of interpretation of legislation later with your experience that we will then be costed against us and something we have to review again later? Tricky question, I know, but one I think needs to be asked.
I don't know, I think it's almost, I don't know, it's almost it's the opposite. Like, I think they've gone so, introduced more prescription that I think it's possibly, you could argue it's less difficult for them to make interpretation, changes, because it's quite, whereas say we use that cyanobacteria response protocol one as an example, there's probably more opportunity for interpretation of did you meet that rule or did you not with how it's currently written. And I guess we quite like that because it gives us a little bit more flexibility in terms of how we manage that. But the flip side of that, you could say, is that, the regulator could come along and go, well, you thought you were compliant with your cyanobacteria management plan, but we don't actually like it. I think they probably have got less opportunity for making interpretation changes with what they've done. It's nailed us down. It's nailed us down more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. So do we feel we're ready to look at the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, so I'm happy to move in that direction with the inclusion of the continuous monitoring that Pauline has identified. And I guess the Kaikoura, I'm a wee bit uncertain about that because that harmonisation is probably, even under the WISTO. So I'm not as confident of that, but I guess I would perhaps look at the recommendation. Happy to move the incorporating and suggested amendments, particularly the continuous monitoring and perhaps a global view of the Kaikoura issue that you are considering, but I'm concerned about us getting too deep in detail on an organisation that's not ours to. Yeah, so that's that would be my recommendation. Yes, if that's comfortable.
Can I just check? So if I make that comment, I would just make it generically, not refer to any Kaikoura District Council supplies, just generically say, I could say if we've got concerns if we ever wanted to use that compliance approach, that, there are difficulties with that.
Maybe just drop an email to Kaikoura and saying, this is an issue we've identified, you might want to make a submission on it.
Yeah, I am aware that the sampling contractor is doing a submission and will be putting that point in. But I guess it's just that point of, the more people who say the same point, the more weight it's going to carry. So I don't think it's going to be ignored, but so
but it might be useful if Kaikoura actually
and just
gave some words and they
Okay. So with that being the case, I'm happy with the inclusion of reference to what you as an expert have noted on behalf of the Kaikoura District Council. So am I giving enough
To move that.
Yep.
I'll second that.
Second, Chris. So, Paul, did you?
Oh, yeah, thank you, through the chair. I was just going to say I'd be really supportive of the process of making some sort of generic comment without necessarily even needing to mention Kaikoura and phoning them and saying, hey guys, as we would if we were considering the potential use of that compliance moving forward. So, I mean, it's not relevant. Yeah, it's not relevant right now, but it's not relevant. Yeah. So
Okay.
I'd be in support.
So if we're all happy, we're going to move in a second. But the Operations Committee endorses submission incorporating any suggested amendments as required. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thanks. So that one's carried. I was looking at the faces. It's quite riveting stuff, but the important thing for people who might be watching them too, they realise that there's a lot more to it than just turning on the tap. So that I think that's really brilliant information for us this morning. Thank you very much. And just before you go, because I noticed that there was two other groups of reports in the room, and to save us two introductions, very, very quickly, because I was remiss when you arrived, if we could quickly around the table for a very quick introduction. If you don't know Mary, you're in trouble. Probably if you don't know Mitch, you're in trouble as well. Yeah, Tom.
Tom Davies, Westward, Hanmer Springs.
Steve Hutt to Southwold.
Chris Carthy, Westward.
Pauline White, Southwood, pretty sure we're all okay.
Dave Westward.
Chris Scarlett, Westwood, Southwood.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christy. And with that, now you've got the dash. So it's time for smoke, please. Okay, so we're all back live. If I could draw your attention to page 16 and then we'll listen to the report.
So this is a report covering the last 3 months for obvious reasons. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the operations report, this is slightly bigger than normal. Like I say, it's got 3 months worth of numbers in it, but it's also got the inclusion of the planning and the community partnership figures, and they've not been included in this historically. So this is a new venture moving forward for us. So what that has done, it's given me a little bit pause for thought about the sheer time it takes to compile this report. I won't go into the numbers, but you can imagine there's a whole heap of effort that goes in behind the scenes to get this report, and it's now growing. It used to be 30 pages and now we're at 77, so and that's excluding any minutes. So it's getting a little bit out of control, I think. So what we're doing at the moment is I'm looking at how we might rationalise it, keep the important stuff in here, but use the team members that come and represent each department, use them more for the words, and put some more of the integral information into here, but probably make it a little bit less verbose. That's something that we're aiming to do anyway. So yeah, recognise the importance of it, but it's just chewing up so much time. So over the last 3 months, I guess the key event for us was the wind event, if we can remember that far back. There's been a lot going on since now and then. But what I will say is the heads up and the warnings that we were getting from Met Service were actually really, really good. And they were almost down to hourly updates. And as far as I can recall back, they were pretty much on the money. And one of those things was even the rubbish pickup. The waste control was saying, well, it's a bit touch and go as to whether or not we can tell people to put their waste out. But they said, well, the wind looks like it's going to turn up at 11, and we reckon we can, if we put another couple of guys on the ground, we can probably get around and pick everything up. And they did, and so it was a success given the fact that we didn't have all manner of litter strewn across the district. That was good. But the actual event itself, it did cause a lot of damage, but specific right across the district, but specifically for council services, as you can see in the number there, that's $1,000 short of $500,000. And that's, we're looking at 150,000 across our reserves, just over 100,000 with water, and well over 200,000 with rain. So what we've got to do now is try and work out how we can, as we do with all events, we try and absorb those into our operational costs first and foremost. And then I might be coming back to you in February talking about how we're going to deal with the additional monies that we can't absorb into the operational budgets, whether or not we do less and levels of service for a period of time, or we incur extra debt. I don't know where that's going to land at the moment, because that's still work that we've still got to do. you'll all know that the electricity supply took a major hit through that, so I just want to doff my cap to main power through that period. I mean, having 30 odd crews alone on Leslie Hills Road, standing up those 40 poles within a very short space of time, pretty marvellous to have that going on as well. But what that did do, it knocked out a lot of power for our pump sheds. So whilst we've got backup power at treatment plants, and we've got some generators that we move around, in a lot of the back country and the high blocks, that's where our pump sheds are, that's where our reservoirs are. So there were a number of properties that were without water for some time. And what it did do, it sort of really emphasised the point to us that there are a high number of people out there that just don't have 3 days of storage. So that's going to be part of the mission for when the team go out and do their rejetting, and they go out routinely to people's properties, is actually to have a look. And we're not going to know specifically what their water demand is, but we'll have a good gauge of how much supply, how much storage they should be having. And particularly in Cheviot itself, many of these households that just don't have any storage at all. They are reliant on the water coming in. They might have a small header tank in their roof space, but other than that, they've just got no storage.
Yeah, just take a question.
Just on that, how do you work out what a household has to have every day? Because I'm just thinking quite a lot of those houses are tenanted, and you could have a household that's got one pension in it, and the next door neighbour might have 6 kids. So, you know, it's all very well to say this, but how do you do it? And is it true that I hear that the main reservoir up on Clintox, you might not use it anymore, and you're not going to do gravital feed, you're going to pump the water from the thing all the way friggin' miles, it's all going to be pumping instead of just one up to one reservoir and then gravity feed. Because as soon as the power goes out, you're going to have, because actually the Cheviot supply was man-made, the pumps were turned off because of the stability of the water. Instead of putting a boil notice on, you turn the pumps off. The Cheviot for the Cheviot Township, that supply.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll deal with how do we know how much people need, how much water they need. If it's a rural property, we've got guidelines on our website that talks about, well, I've got a calculator on there that works that out depending on the number of stock you've got. If it's for human consumption in a townhouse, then we generally base it off of the World Health Organisation's volume of 285 litres a day for a person. And if it's probably a pensioner living in a very small house on their own, then we'd apply some logic to that. But the issue for us is that people just don't have any, which then means that during these events, we're then, rather than having people working and standing up networks, we're then having them to spend time filling up tankers and running tankers around the place. So it's just an additional resource that we're experiencing. But in terms of the water supply that you're talking about, unless Alex can give you a direct answer now, then it's probably a question for Dan Blair when he comes in.
Just back onto that question, a lot of those supplies, I think, in the township, after the earthquake, a lot of people put their tanks on the ground, and I think it's just working through because they had their tanks up on the stand, and sort of, I know even the council went around recommending to people to take their tanks stands down, and I think this is one of the unintended consequences that's start to come out from it.
Alex.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think after the earthquakes, a lot of the consumers that had those high tanks, they didn't put them on the ground, they just got rid of the tanks, and they are wholly reliant on us to supply that extra storage that they are required to have as part of our Three Waters bylaw.
Yeah, so what it's doing, it just increases the level of service that we're providing everybody.
But we did have the pumps turned off because of the clarity of the water. You did, so actually the council stopped the people getting the water because there was water, but we just didn't supply it, did we? Because you were worried about the clarity and we'd have to have boil notice, which we had to have anyway.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr Chair, yeah, so because the water, it was beyond the compliance criteria. We rely on people having 3 days worth of storage, so we should be able to turn the scheme off at any one time, rely on that 3 days worth of storage to then bring the scheme back in. And because people don't have that, that means that we've got to then start to pump water, because we understand the importance of it, so that we have to issue 4 water notices because we know that it can't meet the compliance rules. And we're running tankers as well. So it just creates a whole lot of extra work for council, and a lot more angst, and then we become, so just introducing a boil water notice of what we used to do 10 years ago was relatively easy. We just put the message out and cascade it. But now we've got a whole load of reporting requirements we've got to do with the water regulator as well.
But the water took more than 3 days for the water to clear.
Mr Chair, yes, that's correct. So we do rely on that 3 days, but if the river becomes dirty for too long, then we are forced to issue a boil water notice anyway and keep the water moving.
Chris, through the chair. Question I have for you is, in regards to the power coming off on some of these pump stations that are remote. From what I've just heard in the room, I'm of the understanding that we don't have backup generators in a lot of those positions. Is there, and if that is accurate, is there any plan in the near future budgeted for us to rectify those problems? Through the chair.
Mr Chair, so currently we have 80 something pump stations, 84, 85 maybe. And it's probably, well, I can remember bringing a report to council again 6, 7 years ago saying, do we want to consider putting generators on all, and the report was a bit of a misnomer really, because it was wholly unaffordable to be able to do that. And then go and service those generators during these events. Again, it's just, so what we do have is we have a series of portable generators that we move around depending on demand.
Can I put a supplementary question through the chair, Mr Chairman? If that being the case, when we go over to the new entity, is there any intention, do you feel that will be compliant so we can force the entity to do that if it's needed? Or will it just remain the same in your learned opinion, Mr Chairman?
Chair, I'd imagine that would remain the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that we would really change. It's, I think it actually functions really well as it does.
One idea with some of the remoteness of the pump stations, I know that on one occasion there's been generators damaged, but it's taken off them, so that's another bit of balance.
Yeah. Through the chair, I sit there and think that people have got to take ownership of their own situations as well. Now, if you've got a large municipal type water supply, maybe that's a bar that there should be the generator, should be providing the pumping services around the town, maybe with storage. But if you've got small isolated pump stations all around the town, it's not just a matter of a generator. It's a matter of getting the diesel to the generator. And that's, you know, I know running a cowshed to run my water supply and that. I'm very lucky that I have mobile diesel generator can go and get diesel from, you know. So it's more about sort of education. And even in the rural sectors like we've done, is to make sure on a tank, we've actually got a tap that you can turn on and get water out. Or if you're bright like my guys work out, if we buy some small generators, you can actually run the pump. So what I'm trying to say is people need to be a little bit resilient themselves, Vince, and stop waiting for everyone to hold their hands.
Oh, no, just a comment. I mean, I think that what we're hearing is the overview, and this is probably questions in relation to when we get the water's information. But actually, I think the issue that you're identifying or helping to clarify for us, Dan, is that when we haven't got the resilience that Dave was just speaking about, there actually is a cost to council to continue to supply under our requirements to supply that water. But it comes, you know, $500,000 I know it's wrapped up with water and clearing roads and that, but actually it's quite a significant cost for one relatively small but major event. Yeah, so I think you're identifying some cost factors in there that we need to be aware of.
So I apologise, but through the chair, just one other question regarding that, since Madam Mayor's brought up that notion. Is there any intention in the near future to find ways to mitigate our exposure to these financial situations, or are we going to continue to massage out of the general account?
Mr. Chair, that's I guess a conundrum that this council's been dealing with for a number of years, certainly in my time. So when I first turned up, we used to have an emergency or an emergency fund for roading. And that would be, we would rate people for that, and it was about $250,000, so we could use that as subsidised money. And then there were some years that it was never used. So like I say, the conundrum that council faced was, do we continue to rate money off of people to secure a fund that we don't necessarily need every year, or can we absorb it into the roading rate and deal with it on an as and when basis? So that's kind of where it's being left at the moment. Now, we do have a very small fund of 100,000 in the minor works roading category, but that's pretty much all we've got, other than one in Hanmer for high wind events. But that's all we've got. So like I say at the beginning, we've got to work out now where we can absorb these costs. Can we absorb them into operations? And if we can, all good. If not, then I'll be bringing a report back to say how we're going to deal with that additional money. I think that's pretty much the update there, Mr. Chair, other than the fact that the waste contract commenced at the start of November as well, which I can talk about when I get to Andrew's section. But just in response to the point that Councillor Hislop made, you may remember that just after that event, I ended up having to go around with Minister Mitchell to some of the properties to talk about, so you could see the impact directly. And he had just travelled up from Southland, and he'd seen the devastation that had gone on down there. And pretty much he just, as he said in his briefing to council, that he had just tried to open the floodgates and said, I don't care what generators we get, just get generators and ship them down there so they can work it all out. And the key thing that he said to me up here was, he was really surprised at the resilience and the lengths that people have gone to just being set up so that they can deal with these events as a matter of course. So the events come and go. So he was actually saying that the district was in really good shape to deal with these sorts of things. The aftermath is, difficult to deal with, but nonetheless, resilience is front and centre of many people's minds.
So, can I just make one point? Now is the time, and in the future, of getting people to think about that resilience of what we actually need to do. Now is the time to do it, and it may be having that little wee generators because you want to watch your TV or do whatever you want to do, or play on your iPad, or things that you really need to do. But hey, I've made a list of things for our farm of learnings from it, and things that 3 days with no water, no power. I have effluent issues because the power, the generator doesn't necessarily do it. We've fixed it. So now's your opportunity to do it, rather than just keep saying, Big Daddy, come and help me. I get sick of it.
I understand. If I could comment on a snapshot, I'll see that we're working more hours, driving good, getting my CSRs closed, and our risks and our significant safety events are zero, so that's a pretty good result.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so if we can go to page 19, and Cynthia and Mark will take us through there.
No, I don't mean you're all very much, very briefly introduction, please.
Oh.
Not getting off that easy.
Hi, Cynthia Otto, I'm the customer services team leader and I've got the team out here in the office.
And I'm Mark O'Connell, I'm the district librarian.
Thanks, Boris.
So don't rush, okay. So, as Dan had mentioned through the chair, that this is 3 months worth of data, so it gave us a nice look at some trends. So when it comes to service requests, the service request you're seeing here is the service request that just the customer services team deal with. So we are still in a little bit of a state of flux where we no longer do advertising placements. So we're still trying to see exactly which sort of service requests we should capture for ourselves. So a bit of a work in progress. But when it comes to how we've decided to measure customer satisfaction, we've used reopen service requests, and it's really the first time we started looking at this. And a great trend there, because we can see that reopen service requests are trending down. We like that because as they trend down, customer satisfaction is trending up. So yeah, we would like to see that continue. So I like that trend very much so. I'm going to kind of talk about the customer compliments and the customer complaints together, because one of the things that I think is always great to see is we have so many more compliments than complaints. And one of the things that always strikes me, we probably get a lot of complaints about Three Waters and roading, but we also get the most compliments about Three Waters and roading. So as quick as customers are to say, this is a problem, they recognise the good work and the services that we provide. And it's also very heartening to see that a lot of the compliments are actually for staff members itself, not just the services they provide. So it's good to know we've got the right people in the right roles serving the community. Just one thing I thought I would highlight regarding to customer complaints. We don't have too many of them, which is great, but we always aim to try and get them resolved as soon as possible. But it's not just a case of resolving it, it's sometimes a case of seeing why it was there to begin with. So the last complaint we've got there is about roading, and it was actually a bit of a chance for us to relook at a contract that no one had seen in a while. So we weren't even too sure what the service levels were supposed to be. So it was a case of, okay, we can actually have a look and make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. So just tightening up what our expectations are of the contractor when it comes to this specific stretch of road. Okay, so still on page 20 and looking at some contact methods. The ones we always choose to look at to try and measure how customers are getting in touch with us are emails, phone calls, and snaps and solves. By a huge stretch, phone calls are still the preferred method of contact. So it is something we take pride in, the fact that we actually answer the call. We don't have an answer service that says, that annoying voice that says, for water, press 1. For building, press 2. It's actually a person, and we get a lot of compliments from customers to say, oh, it's a person. And so we actually really like that, and we will continue doing that. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the spike in the emails received, which was seen in November. Not surprising at all, because it was the wind event, dog registration time, which took up a lot of time for us, and rates were due on the 20th. So we do tend to see a bit of an increase when it comes to customers having some questions, some extra questions, and they like doing that in an email. Okay. Snaps and solves are going a bit flat, which is what I would expect, because we are starting to promote Anteno, and Anteno will take over from our Snaps and Solves in March next year. So we'll start reporting on some Anteno stats, probably in the new year. And just when I mentioned the dog registrations earlier for November, for me that has actually been the main thing for the team for the past 3 months. We had delayed dog registrations. We usually hit them in July. Due to the change to Datascape, that only came on board about end of August. So we've been really busy with dog registrations. So a lot of the interactions and payments we've taken have been for dogs. And so we've got about 70% of the dogs have been registered, a lot of it done through the front of the house team and some online as well. So that's, yeah, for me, the 3 months has just been highlighted by dog registrations. What we haven't mentioned here, but it does come under our health and safety, we did actually offer our teams situational first aid. So we have 2 first responders, or ex-first responders, I should say, who went round to Cheviot, Amuri, Hanma, and service centres, and to the Amberley Library, and actually just offered the teams there what we call situational first aid. So where they would actually go and look at the surroundings and gauge what the most frequently needed first aid might be in this sort of situation, and did a training session with the team. This would have been the first for some team members, but it is actually the second time we have had it done. So they have had a bit of a refresher on situational first aid, which is good to know because they get to deal with a few things with the public. And I'll hand over to Mark.
Right, so I'm looking at our issue sets, and I see before anyone notices, I see a glaring typo. So in November, we did not issue 90,000 books, I think it should be 9,000. But the stats generally, the issues are fairly constant. The digital issuing is about 25% of our issues, so which is quite high, but not probably a common pattern across the country. And our system allows people to borrow 20 items at a time. Some libraries have higher limits than that, but I guess we decide what it's manageable, we think. Some libraries have no limits at all. I think maybe Clutha District have a limit of 350 items per person, but maybe they don't have enough shelves, I'm not sure. So just some of the things which have been happening over the last 3 months, I'll just comment on. So we had a Bugs BioBlitz event at the Domain. So this involved the Canterbury Museum, and they came out and they brought sort of nets and jars, and we had about 50 or 60 children come along, and they caught bugs in the Domain, and they had an electronic microscope, and they put them on a big screen, and they could identify them all for people. It was a catch and release situation, but some decided that they would not release them. It was quite a wet, cool day, but they managed to find quite a range of things. I myself didn't find any, but that's by the way. So it sort of followed on from, we had a Bugs in Your Backyard display in the library, which had a large range of bugs gathered from around this area, all North Canterbury, and so they're all mounted, and people could sort of click on them and bring up information on the screen. And it will be our most popular display. And we had it for about 5 months, but it's now gone to Hanma Springs, so people can enjoy it up there. The Writers' Tea Party, so that's an annual event which has been happening for 20 years. So that's sort of the Friends run that sort of in conjunction with us. And this year they had, I guess Sarah Quigley would have been the star of that. So her book called The Conductor is about to be made into a film. So she sort of talked about that. So I don't know if anyone's read that book, but it's pretty powerful. And it's about Shostakovich wrote a symphony about Leningrad when it was being under control of the Germans in the Second World War, and there was a conductor who was left to gather this group of musicians to perform his symphony, and it's a true story. So I'd recommend that book. I don't recommend many books.
Mark, could I just go back, because I know there'll be people in the room like me the first time I saw it. What's that? Could you just tell us about the Death Cafe?
Oh yeah, sure. So the Death Cafe is probably held them for a couple of years. So, and they run them in Waimakariri and across the country. So the person who runs it, people come in and there's no agenda. but they talk about items I want to talk about. So the person who runs it is very neutral and just steers a middle road. So I've been to just about all of them, and the topics vary quite a lot. So one day wells came up and people were talking about wells, and then other times people have been talking about funeral arrangements, but they're actually not as no, they're not morbid at all. In fact, someone said to me once, I thought we'd have a cup of tea and then we'd all drink poison and that'd be it. But it's not like that at all. So don't put me on that. Yeah, so we get some return people to it, but I think they're probably more interested in it. A couple of events have gone down quite a dark path, but that's unusual. Yeah. Depends on the individuals that are at it, but it's, yeah. Thank you.
Question for Pauline.
Yeah, no more. I mean, actually, through the chair, actually, if I can just comment on that, because it really is you know, Deaf Cafe sounds like a pretty harsh title, I think, but it really is like a grief support group for people who might be, you know, in a situation where they've lost, you know, loved ones, or might be looking at it. So yeah, no, it is something that a number of people in our community have commented on. It just feels like an appropriate outlet. So it's great that we're providing that. Yeah,
and it's an international thing, Mr. Chair, as well. So it's across New Zealand and across the country. Yeah, I do understand about the title.
Yes.
Yeah. CAB, they've had a trial in the library in Amberley, so they've decided to continue their trial. So that every 2 weeks they're in the library on Friday morning, and they're going to continue that through to March. There's also, we have this Justice of the Peace Clinic, which follows it every week. So that's very, very popular, the JP Clinic. Well, someone politely told me never get a divorce because it creates so much work for them, but that's just by the way. And I guess coming up, we've got our summer reading program. So we do that each year. So we create packs for people to take, and it has activities, and they also track their reading, and we have some prizes at the end. Libraries used to be quite prescriptive about summer reading, in terms of they talk about the summer reading slump. So when schools shut for 6 or 7 weeks, often children's reading level drops. And so there's always been an encouragement to keep children reading. So, and I mean, we certainly are aware of that, but I mean, now it's just more fun-based. You must read this, and kind of, you know, keep a track of how many books they're reading and fill in a wee sheet. And the theme this year is bugs, which sort of follows from our other popular bug events. And we're looking at, as a finale, Nicola Toki is going to come and give a little talk. So, yeah, so that'll be interesting. And just in closing, we've got a book launch this Saturday by local writer Emma Francis, called Rocco and Delilah B. But also in the last week or two, I've been talking to a woman called Kathy Hope, and she's an Australian writer, and she's written quite a number of books. And she's written a book, and she wants to release it in the Amberley Library in April. So it's about, people may remember the story, but there used to be a dog, and it used to meet the train at Springfield every day, and it would, they'd give it a pie on the way through to the West Coast and a pie on the way back from the West Coast. And so she's written this book, and the illustrator is called Jenny Cooper, and she's discovered that she lives in Amberley too. And Kathy Hope grew up in Amberley and went to the Amberley School. So just by coincidence, they happen to have that Amberley connection. So she wants to release it there. And the book's going to be called 7,000 Pies for Rosie, which is the name of her dog. I think maybe it should be in Springfield, but we're happy to have it. Okay. If anyone has any questions?
Any questions for the team? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoyed that. Okay. I see good stuff happening.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We can. Page 71. And Rhea, if you'd like. I'm stressed to find it might be one of the last ones. Yeah.
Good morning, thanks for having me. Community Partnerships Manager in the Community Partnerships team. This will be my last update to council. It's my last day working here today. So this is the first time that we've come to this committee with the operational work that we do. So I will talk you through some of the key pieces of the report. If you've got any questions, let me know. So I did hold a workshop back in the 25th of November, which talked about the overview, but just to recap, the team covers a range of different operational pieces, mainly communications and engagement, working with our community, building partnerships on the ground and with agencies to advocate for the services and the gaps and opportunities that we need, funding to be able to do that work, and innovative ideas based on those needs, youth development and employment opportunities. We advocate for our social services and create inclusion through welcoming communities, and community safety through Safer Roads Facilitator and welcoming communities. And also I'd like to add, just listen to Mark from the libraries talk there, there's a few pieces that we cross over to in those spaces as well, the citizens' advice and the different work that we do with engagement. They often really partner with us and put a lot of our surveys and our engagement pieces in their facilities too. So we work across the community as well as internally. And we hope that these activities all align to the 4 pillars below. And there's a wee illustration there to demonstrate the vision of the work that we do. So it's just focusing on the key metrics here. The council engagement project, Stronger Hadinui, which is one of our most recent ones, which closed on Sunday. There was actually 257 surveys complete, and that full report will be created by an outside agency that is going to be providing that analysis that we will provide to this committee and to community as well. Most of those surveys were completed online, just 11 on paper. So that's a real shift, and that's really positive to encourage that access. Communications, we are tracking the different types of requests that we get to be able to communicate with our community. And again, Mark from Libraries commented on Antenno. That's a piece that they're going to be working together on. And so the comms advisors will help create that content. And most of our concentration has been on the internet install. So backing up the social media that we do, we always put that on our website as well. MTFJ, Merrill's Task Force for Jobs, is tracking and succeeding more than they should be at this stage. So that's really positive. So there's 9 placements made in this last month. And the SEED programme, which is about the gap between school leavers and MTFJ, they are just coming to their 2nd course that finishes next week for a graduation. So that's seen, I believe, 7 the first time and 6 the second time to go through that 6-week-long course. So that's been quite varied, quite different industries that they visited to give those young people that exposure. And then emergency management, we're just tracking the internal versus the external training. And there's been some deployments as well for our emergency management officer. Funding is looking a little bit different. You'll see the different ones here around what's been confirmed and what's declined. We are hearing and seeing that there's a change out there based on the obvious of central government. So we're just looking at alternative ways and self-sustaining models to try and keep these activities at the forefront. On page 72, social issues and priorities. I just want to correct that the 3rd bullet point under wind event recovery is a community recovery group. So they've kind of taken the lead on that now. And that work involves all the key agencies on the ground as well as Ministry of Primary Industries. We're still working with Rural Support Trusts to identify of Task Force Kiwi, which can go out to community and use that Merrill fund that's available for those properties that are affected. We've recently had Toot for Tucker, that was a huge success again, and that's all about building those connections and relationships to be able to bolster the food banks for Christmas, because that's when we really hear that there's a real high need. And you can see that graph below that it has increased significantly over those 6 months with a little change. So it'd be good to see what that looks like in that next round. Elder care is quite an unresourced space within our community, and the reason that we know this information is through our Together Hurunui network. We host regular stakeholder HUIs around the district with education, police and key agencies to understand what themes and gaps and opportunities they're hearing, so that we can bring those people together to troubleshoot together and then advocate with them. And so what we're seeing is the reduction in elder care supports, which is around the showering and the wound care. And as well as that, Budget Advice has lost their funding to operate here. Plunkett has reduced service funding. Mana Aki in our schools, Early Start and Leonardo's has been taken away from Hurunui. And a reduction in family harm support as well. Point 5 under neurodiversity. This has really been around speech, behavioural issues and emotion regulation and toileting, just so you understand that that's what we're referring to there. The impact story that you're very much aware of was the wind event recovery event, and that was quickly turned around with the help of POC standing up, our agencies coming together, and then the community partnerships team being part of that barbecue to bring people together in Culverden. And it was really great to be back on the ground and meet a lot of people that we hadn't been for a while. Age Concern, that's an event that's always been happening, and it seemed that bringing different agencies together for this event encouraged the attendance, and that was a successful outcome of those people attending that course and building towards that safer communities. Page 73. This is more of a wrap up around what has been achieved this year rather than the month, because we had a report ready to go to this committee, but we've condensed it within this report. So that's just a picture of the year to date. So lots of focus around internal training and also building our CERT teams, and there is a snapshot that's an appendix that refers to the stages that the CERT teams are at currently. And then upcoming activities from December to February, there's quite a bit going on there. And I guess I just want to draw the attention to, we had a mayoral morning tea yesterday, which was great to engage with some of our stakeholders that are involved with Together Hurunui, and our funders were there to listen to the year-end report of Together Hurunui to understand what that's been doing the last year. And it was a great celebration. The seed graduation I've already talked to. And then over the Christmas period, the youth team had a lot of activities and events happening that keep our team busy and engage with our young people. I think that's it for me actually. If there's any questions.
Sorry, I'll just go over to page 2 on evidence. Sorry about this. Pauline, question.
Yeah, thanks, Robbie, through the chair. Just going back to the funding, and you Ria alluded to the fact that there are still other pathways, but it looks like youth projects has taken a little bit of a hit there with a couple of declines. Is there, do you envisage that that's going to have any impact on the forward plan program for 2026 for our youth, given that we're in a somewhat isolated area for youth, being able to access lots of things really.
Through the chair, this is an activity which is the mentoring that you might have heard of in the Amberley area, and the Tuesday Connect, which is about those school leavers learning about high school, what options are next to come. So that's been active, but that funding is coming to an end, and it was about looking at how do we continue that going. There isn't a pot of money that's going to be able to fund that kind of work, and
This is to the Lotteries Community Fund that we're already tapped into for different work. What we're seeing is that the expectation is that we need to look at longer term funding projects, and we need to come collectively with those ideas in mind from the get-go, which is tricky when you're halfway through a multi-year fund already. So in that particular Lotteries Community Fund, that one won't be accessible, but then we are looking at other options that might support those initiatives.
And through the chair, if I may, local businesses, have we made any approaches potentially for, you know, some support or sponsorship or such like?
Through the chair, we haven't currently. That is something that we've considered. It's around capacity and building that network to be able to bring those people in. But, I know Mari's been working with MTFJ and looking at mentoring in a different way, which is voluntary, and working with our young people that are engaged with MTFJ and SEED. So it's slightly different to what the intention was under this funding, but it's around that mentoring, which is what these young people are needing. That was locally in Amberley. So MTFJ is district-wide.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a question on a different item. So you mentioned under elder care the need for an older person social worker, which is not surprising given the tracking of our population demographic. I wondered if that's something that's been raised with Community Wellbeing North Canterbury, or if there was a process or a plan or a pathway or funding even to get that in place.
Good. Chair, I would like to invite Mari to talk to that if you want to go around together with Mary.
Yeah. So historically, Wellbeing North Canterbury sought funding for contracts for younger persons, you know, drug and alcohol, the suite of which they have provided across our district. But historically, Presbyterian Support has taken and managed the contract for elder persons' health. So it's one of those sort of, there was no use both organisations trying to bite at a cherry that was only this big. And actually, I just had the privilege of attending, not the stakeholder hui that Ria's talked about, but Natalie and I have had contact with each of the practice managers, but what has come through that discussion, and this is part of what Ria's talking about here, is there may well be an opportunity, and we will sort of just have some discussions around it locally for particularly the four community trusts to perhaps look at a dedicated social worker that will support the older person's health, because we've got a strong district nursing service that are aligned with that as well. So it's very, very early discussions, but there is likely an opportunity that we can consider that, but with a district focus for support for an individual contract, I guess, to provide social work. But historically, Presbyterian Support, but they withdrew from that a few years ago, and our district nurses have held that responsibility. And if we can support our district nurses to continue to provide exemplary care as they've done for a number of years under a single contract that hosted by Amuri, covering the district, this would actually be a supportive to keep our older persons. I mean, the part of the mandate for health is keeping people healthy in their homes for longer, and this would be an enabler to that. But it's just a very, very early conversation, and it came through those discussions that I had the opportunity to sit with Natalie and talk with practice managers, and so we will explore that and see where it takes us.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like the beginning of a pathway and all. And I just wondered with the reduction of Presbyterian Support, if there might be an opportunity there, you know, for another agency. But it sounds like it's been well canvassed. Yeah,
very historical. Through the chair, it's very historical that is our wellbeing and Presbyterian Support. And I'm not saying it's not the future, but that's how it's managed today.
Any further questions for you? I'd just like to make a point. You've got many successes under your umbrella, and a lot of happy stories along the way. I'm not sure if you picked up on the email this morning through one of your youth council members, Recovery, going through and She was then a recipient of our School Achievers Award, and she's passed through everything and now has just been accepted into medical school. So I don't know if we can claim any mileage for that, but I'm prepared to take a wee bit. You know, for the council, that's a great story. So yeah, thanks for your team.
Thank you. Look, Robbie's just asked me to say a couple of words on behalf of elected members with this farewelling of this amazing woman that has actually been with the Haranui District Council for 8 years. She has single-handedly, but with a lot of support, developed a community team that has really embraced the community-led development, and I recognise how much leadership Ria has had in that process, and how she's led and encouraged and actually kept our community and our people at front and centre of that process, and that is something that I personally and we collectively admire. Thank you, Ria. So before the Haranui Kaikoura earthquake, we really had a very slim community team, and it has developed into a team that actually provides an amazing, and we've heard the suite of cares that Ria and her team have developed. But I actually just want to finish on some words, and I've you know, these are Ria's words, and I talked about this yesterday at the Merrill morning tea for our volunteers and support services that provide within this integration of network. And so it was presented at the last strategy and community meeting, but not everybody heard it. So I just wanted to reinforce these words, because this really, for me, talks about the essence of what the community team is all about. And so the words that Ria used at that meeting was, and I quote, "We don't build roads, we build trust. We don't pour concrete, but we strengthen foundations. We try to ensure no one slips through the cracks during, before or after. We work in the space in between, and this is the space where resilience lives. The wellbeing work we do every day is also the network that helps keep Haranui strong." And I think that, it's got me again, Ria, you know. I think this is the stuff that Ria has led with integrity and commitment. So thank you. We'll miss her a lot.
Thank you so much.
All your support over this for years.
And I hope you're not leaving just because we've brought you into this group.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to page 24. Back to page 24.
Morning, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm Alex. I'm the operations manager for Three Waters. And as usual, I'll be talking to the Three Waters dashboard on page 24. Our very large routine maintenance program is condensed into a few lines. There's nothing really here to highlight apart from the fact that we are largely on top of the program, and that's going very well. Moving on to the next page, there is no financial graph because it's the accuracy of the finance is not quite there yet. However, I can say that we are just slightly ahead of where we would be in previous years, and that's largely due to the extra expenditure around the windstorm. In terms of the rest of the graphs on that page, there's nothing really to highlight apart from the alarms that you've seen peak around the wind event in October. Moving on to page 27, Kirsty gave you a really good crash course around the drinking water compliance rules. I won't dwell too much on that, apart from saying that we have, through our water safety planning framework, we have a good way to manage our unique water supplies, and it feels like through further changes in the rules, I guess the regulator is taking away uniqueness of how we manage with those water safety risks for each supply by introducing, I guess, a blanket framework which doesn't always fit. So our submission is largely focused on that and also to reduce costs where we possibly can. Moving on, one other bit to mention here is we are continuing work with Te Mata ROI on the Balmoral supply, and their latest quarterly update was provided to them on time.
Could you just expand on that a little bit? Where Balmoral's at, for the new people, why it's different?
Oh, sure. Okay, so Balmoral supply in itself is looking to comply with to essentially a different framework rather than complying to the rules as the rest of the suppliers. We're looking at an alternative compliance pathway, which is essentially looking at putting the water treatment side of things on people's properties and having that responsibility for providing water treatment onto the consumer itself. So where we're at the moment, Te Mata ROI have recently redeveloped those standards, which are a lot more favourable than the previous set of standards. So we are just working through different systems that we, as a water supplier, would essentially recommend to the consumers to install at their properties. Once we've confirmed that, there's a few other steps that we need to go through with the regulator and communicate with the consumers on that supply. And then there'll be a date of when essentially consumers will be required to install those devices if we are to go ahead with that compliance pathway.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I guess if people aren't familiar with Balmoral, that's not actually a council supplied. It's owned, is it separately owned?
Who wants to
Yeah, Mr. Chair, no, it is a council supply.
It is a council supply.
There is essentially an advisory group which we report to as part of that.
Right. Okay.
So if I can just elaborate, I think to the point that you raised. So back in 2014-15, when the council harmonised all the pricing of water, Balmoral opted to go it alone. And at the time, the council then allowed them to do that under the auspices of the Balmoral Water Committee. Subsequently, as time moved on and the rules changed, that was made blatantly clear to council that council was still the owner of that supply. That committee stayed in its own right, but dissolved as a council committee or committee of council per se, and became an advisory group. So we still go and consult with that advisory group, and that's what Alex talks about. So, and Tim Cadogan talked about it the other day from the Water Services Authority when he talked to you about the work that this team had done in terms of working with the regulator to establish the new acceptable solution. So that's all now in law now. But we still go and talk to them and liaise with them about how they want that supply to operate. Because based on the previous legislation, it was wholly unaffordable for them to do. So Alex and Kirsty have worked hard with them to pull that regulatory hurdle right down, which is what Tim was talking about the other day. So we can put the onus on the user instead of council carrying that liability, and that's a pathway that that committee or that advisory group wants to explore.
So is it that their treatment plant and such is under that committee, so and it's to get that up to the level that we're now having to comply to?
Well, it's still under council, but we are trying to provide a different, cheaper path, an alternative pathway, which is affordable, that they can still become compliant with the new legislation.
Yes, of course.
Through the chair, just a question now, we talk about the water and this particular item. The question I have is, we were discussing with the TA in regards to private entities and how they could cause us a cash overflow later on in time. We have to be aware of that, and our CEO did mention it to us in previous meetings. The question I have with that background thought would be, if this process over the even though technically we own it, it's on other properties, which I'm sure consents and commissions have been agreed on. Are we open to having an increased cost that could come to us over the legislation because this is non-compliant under its present terms? Mr. Chair.
Well, yeah, so Mr. Chair, so this supply would be compliant. So it will be compliant with an alternative compliance framework. And that framework essentially says that the council, that the supply would supply water which is non-potable to the boundary of each property. And each property owner on that supply would be required to install and maintain their own water treatment system. Where we would sit in that equation is we would essentially tell all the users in that supply that they're required to do that, and we would provide some guidance around what equipment they could purchase and install, how to maintain that equipment, and we would send them periodic requirements. We do also have some rules that we have to meet as a water supplier in terms of the quality of the water that we deliver to that boundary, to that property, mainly to make sure that the equipment that is installed on the property is able to treat that water effectively. That makes sense?
I have a supplementary question, thank you. So just so I get it clear in my head, I'm not the sharpest in the book. The question being, so we are only legally responsible to the boundary of this property. After that, we are no longer legally open to issues. What you know, we can broad stroke that one particularly. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. So that's what the framework that Alex talks about is called the acceptable solutions. This council made a submission on it not so long ago. That's now become law. So as Tim was saying on the video the other day, that you're placing the onus on the user under those acceptable solutions.
Thank you. I just don't want us to get caught out with suddenly getting another system landing on us, costing us costs. That's all going forward, because there is a couple out there that could end up being there. Thank you, appreciate it.
I just
another question. Just a question on that, because it's just been a bit new to us. Was there a reason that other schemes weren't gone down this track as opposed to treatment at source?
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Rural schemes.
I was anticipating but that's one of the, I guess, straightforward questions you would ask out of that. So the rules looked completely different before we were able to, I guess we were given the opportunity to comment on the rules and get them to a workable state. And the rules in themselves have got restrictions around how much of water that we supply to that scheme is able to be used for agricultural needs versus domestic needs. So you couldn't use those rules, for instance, in Amberley and just turn around and say, well, everyone in Amberley just put your own water treatment system in. So there are other rules as part of that framework that we need to comply. There probably would have been some other schemes that we could have applied those rules to. However, not in the way that they were written.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So to give you, again, by way of a bit of background for those that don't know. So we started contemplating building these schemes back in 2015. And so we started to build a pathway to start the build and work out what we were going to do. But in 2021, we knew we had to be wholly compliant by midway through 2024. So we were starting to design these plants even before the current regulatory framework was in place. We were trying to we had to meet that framework, we had to second guess what plants were going to look like. So a lot of our plants were built like that and they've been manipulated along the way. So that's kind of where we ended up where we did. And given the opportunity now based on the new rules, we probably would have done something different way back then, but we just didn't have the opportunity and the rules were in place that we delivered to at the time.
Sorry, through the chair, I've got a couple of questions. One is, got a list of pre-approved treatment stations at the boundary that we'd accept. or it's open for the person to purchase whatever treatment system that they want at boundary.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's what we're working on at the moment.
Yeah, okay, so the other thing is, the water would not be supplied if they didn't install the system to the boundary. Well, I guess it's going to go to the boundary anyway. Are we okay with the perception of an issue if someone didn't maintain their system and the overarching perception of that the council hasn't supplied acceptable water, regardless of whether it's okay to the boundary?
Mr. Chair, so in the fullness of time, when we've worked out what that proposal might look like,
I understand.
we will be bringing it back to council, and that will include all of those sorts of risks.
Thank you.
So perceived or otherwise.
Thank you, Chris.
Sorry, again, gentlemen, through the chair, is there any legal suppression requirement at that point? Which is, I think, what my legal friend's trying to say and ask the question. Legally, by law and legislation out of Wellington, after that point is drifted, where you've agreed to the point on the boundary, after that, it's their problem, yeah, or not?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, so we, as Alex said, we have to provide the water to the boundary at to a certain quality.
Yep.
As long as we do that, we are meeting our obligation.
Cool. We're not open at all at that point. We're covered.
Well, I'll never say never, Mr. Chair, because there's always someone probably waiting in the wings with some idea why we should be on the hook. But our total understanding of the rules as they stand at the moment is that as long as we meet that quality criteria and we've engaged with the property owner and had the conversation about whether they're going to treat it or whether they're not, and we've explained clearly what the issues they might encounter if they don't, then as we understand it, that's where we stand.
Just noting that this is a water regulator with water authority, wide-ranging powers, and they have recently forced the district council to take over a private water scheme. And we and it's not to say that they wouldn't use if private homeowners weren't maintaining their end of the deal on this. There's no telling what they might do.
Through the chair, one would assume that that was be due to health reasons and the likes of that, the usual thing like bad water, etc. Would that be the only thing that would trigger a report or an inquiry, would it not?
Oh, these guys could change the rules. I'm through this chair. Yeah, these guys could change the rules at any time.
Yeah, it seems to be. So through the chair,
and that's one of the really significant issues. I mean, Kirsty stressed in her report that it was an expectation that those rules would be in place for at least 10 years. We're designing water plants that have 50 years life, and we're faced with these ever-changing rules and regulations that makes it very, very difficult to actually plan for stuff.
Thank you. The guy in the thick of it.
A lot of, I guess, quite a large section of my report, right through to the wastewater, I guess is focused a lot on the wind vent. So as part of the wind vent, we've had quite an increase in the amount of water outages we've had across the network. We've seen a few more customers than usual report water loss to the property. And as expected with a large event like that, I wanted to spend a little bit of time explaining how the actual wind event affected us in terms of water treatment. So as we all know, with the nor'wester winds, particularly the heavy winds that we experience, we do also experience large rainfall events up in the high country, and this was no exception. So we had quite a few nor'westers before, so the rivers were already quite dirty. This extreme rainfall exacerbated the already dirty rivers, and as that water travelled through to our water treatment plants, some of them were quite affected, and the three that we're talking about here is Cheviot, Amuri, and the Kaiwara water treatment plant. Well, some of those, and it really does depend on how the water is extracted out of the ground, and what sort of filtration naturally it has around it, for how long we're typically able to see that turbidity come into the water treatment plant. And I do want to stress that this was a fairly exceptional event, and those turbidity readings that we've had at those treatment plants were not recorded as part of the design of those treatment plants. For the likes of Cheviot, the actual turbidity that exceeded the 5 NTU, which is a requirement of the drinking water quality assurance rules, was there for about 4 days. But as you note in this report, the boil water notice was issued for 12 days for that particular supply. The reason why we do that is as we put water which is, I guess, it doesn't meet the requirements of the drinking quality assurance rules, we need to make sure that that water goes through the reticulation before we can take the boil water notice off. So that's what we did. So for Cheviot in particular, it was approximately 4 days. For the likes of Kaiwara and Muri, their time frame was a wee bit shorter. In fact, Muri never experienced a significant water outage. We as a precaution, we implemented water restrictions for that particular scheme. Kaiwara, the water quality improved there really quickly after I guess the worst of the water that came through. So as a result, there were 30 water outages across the district, 21 in restricted, 9 in on-demand systems. Then the 9 in on-demand were largely related to a water main replacement, which was an overnight outage that ran slightly over time, and it had an unfortunate effect where customers were obviously expecting to have water on by the time they got up in the morning, but we were just not able to complete the work in time. So a lot of those are as a result of that. As you would expect during the wind event, we lost quite a few solar panels, aerials, and those sort of exposed things that hang off our pump stations and reservoirs. So the majority of those were replaced immediately after the event, and typically they're the ones that we're required to have to continue normal operation of the pump stations and water treatment plants. We do still have some damage across our pump sheds that we will be repairing in due course. So not everything has been repaired across the network.
Mr. Chair, I know because we've got a lot of those areas where we're extracting from, like Cheviot, we have also in the past looked at alternatives so that we didn't have to do that type of thing. We haven't found anything available, so that is why we have to stick with what we've got and meet the regulations through that, which seem that obviously that plant's quite complex and complicated, but it's government regulation that sets that level of treatment and what we can have to do with the silt as it's collected, and there's a whole process in there that's.
Yeah, sure. I guess the report, because it is very high level information, it doesn't give you the I guess the intricacies of the operation itself. So we didn't just turn the water off. So before the water supply, I guess, got to the point where it became non-compliant, our water safety planning framework dictates what we should do as a water supplier before it becomes non-compliant. So for that particular supply, we've got turbidity shutdowns, which are an automated feature as part of our plans. So as we got close to those turbidity shutdowns, Kirsty and I made a decision that we would extend the shutdowns closer to the regulatory requirement. So we didn't shut down the plant at 4 NTU, which is where it would typically shut down. We pushed it all the way up to 5 NTU. And that required somebody to essentially be monitoring the plant 24/7. And as it usually happens, the water quality got worse and worse and worse progressively towards 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So somebody was there monitoring the plant right up until the point where the water quality was. So our filters were not able to extract any more silt essentially out of the water. We also, something that's not covered in the report, we changed the filters prior to this event to make sure that we've had a brand new fresh set of filters And we were able to, I guess, remove as much of that particulate out of the water as possible. And we also tried to then change the filters after the plant became non-compliant to see if we could effectively remove any more water and try to make the plant compliant rather than implementing a boil water notice. So a lot of that content is not covered as part of this report, but I do want to make sure that the committee understands that, you know, we don't just turn the water supply off and then just say, you know, it's okay. People don't need water.
I raised it also though, because to say that we didn't have an alternate source, and there's been a lot of conversation over time about the cost and how that plant would work and the effectiveness, but that is what we have to have in place unless we can get an underground, and we've looked at that. So this is a process that legislation requires us to go through, and I think we've done as much as we can. There isn't a magic plant that can deal with that level of silt. So it was just a comment I wanted to make.
Yeah. Moving right on to wastewater, our wastewater treatment plants were largely unaffected to the same degree as I guess as water, with the exception of the Hamner Springs irrigation fields, which saw approximately 20% of all the pines. So we've got a 40-hectare pine block which we irrigate treated wastewater to. That pine block was planted in 2019, and 20% of all the trees at that block have been flattened essentially by the wind. So we're working with our forestry manager to give us a report of I guess where to from there, and if there's anything that cannot be managed through normal operations, then we will bring it back to the committee to make a decision. Moving on to stormwater, there's been some fantastic work done throughout the district installing auto samplers, and this is the work that is progressing in order to allow us to comply with the new global discharge consent which was issued last year. So we are carrying on as much as possible, and I'll take some questions if there's any.
Curiosity. These trees that have gone down, they're all obviously planted at the same time, similar size. I don't know whether pine trees can be transplanted, but just down the road there's an awful lot of wild pines, wouldn't there? Might sound like a silly question, but might not be. I don't know whether you can do that to maintain, you know, a consistent slot.
It's not like it's a shortage.
Yeah,
through the chair, if I could. Are these trees at a millable quality at this present point? Are these trees in a millable quality at this point?
Christmas trees.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, they are Christmas trees.
Are they short little things? So I replant. Bring us back a Christmas tree. Well, there you go. It's a load of Christmas trees.
I like them brown.
Oh, that's all there.
And they are treated with wastewater, so I don't know too many people will want it until
Nice and brown, it wasn't just that that did.
Oh, selling right?
Chair, I'm just wondering, the stormwater requirements through government regulation, have they settled on those and where it applies? I know it's quite complex. Within the pipe work, with one stage they were talking about, and because we also use swales and a whole host of other things, and then it doesn't account for the runoff that comes from the main roadways. So I just wondered, is there clarification on it yet, or are they still working on it?
Through Mr. Chair, yeah, so they are working through it. So this can be thought from two different points. I guess one of those is if we were looking to apply for a new resource consent. So if we didn't have a stormwater management area that had a consent, then those regulations would have a heavy bearing on us in terms of being able to go and get a consent. Because we have already secured a consent, I guess they don't have such a huge impact on us. They certainly do have a new reporting framework, but by and large, because we've got a consent already, that consent has got a maintenance and monitoring plan, which is what we're working on to implement now. The rules and regulations don't have such a huge bearing on us for stormwater in particular.
Just to follow up, I guess, on that, when we're transferring the assets through to the new water entity, that is all part of it, because the stormwater network's all part of it, and that is our swales and our bits and pieces, or is it a bit more complex than that?
Stormwater is always the complicated one, because you've got to work out whether it's uniquely stormwater or it's providing stormwater service for something else, i.e. roading. So somewhere along through that process, that'll be worked out.
Right, yeah, I just wondered if they'd sorted out worked or not, but it's still in flux at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think it's up to them to sort, it's up to us to sort.
Right.
And we know what our stormwater assets are, but the question is, does council want to transfer those assets, or does it simply require the CCO to operate those assets?
Right, I guess there'll be a discussion sometime.
Chris,
Yeah, more of a comment to Self and Charlie and his team that were out there doing the work in the Merion, doing the making, doing the hard work, and the contractors were out there. Well done. There was a lot of work done out of time, and everybody out there did appreciate the roads being open, pipes being fixed, and yeah, so good either. Working in difficult times, and probably not having to have so many bloody regulations, so it was probably easier. So it was good. Good to see.
Just a question on this Blythe Valley Rising Main. I don't know if this has been discussed before previously or not, but about the manufacturing defect. Is that how old the pipe, and is it a warranty job, or how much other pipes in the ground that potentially can have a manufacturing defect as well?
Mr. Chair, so the pipe was purchased as part of a trial, as I understand it. It came from an unusual supplier. There were two sections of pipe purchased. One section was installed in Random Spur pump station in our Kawara scheme, so that was replaced last year because it has the same failure mechanism. And this pipe is being replaced very, very shortly, hopefully in the next day or two. In terms of warranty, yeah, I think this potentially the pipe came from overseas, so unlikely to have any warranty.
And so, just supplementary, is there other, is these two instances the only time this pipe was used, or is there more of it sitting there waiting to fail?
Mr. Chair, what I can say, I think Alex will probably give you an answer directly on that one, but this is an uncommon situation for us. So back in the late 80s, before pipe started being manufactured here, a whole glut of what we call white pipe was brought in to the country, and we've used quite a lot of it in the Ashley scheme, and that is supposed to have had an 80-year life like any other pipe, but it started prematurely failing. So we have been on a regime of replacing white stripe for a long time, and I'm guessing this is something similar.
No, so to answer your question, as far as I know, there were only two. This is a specially manufactured pipe. As you can see, it's really, really thick wall, so it's rated for 20 bar, and it was purchased for two specific projects. One of those was Random Spur, and the other one was the Blythe Rising Main, and both of them show the same premature failure and the same failure mechanism. So we can only take a guess that it's a manufacturing defect.
But it has specifically only been used on those two.
Well, as far as I'm aware, only those two projects.
Chris. Yeah, through the chair. So let's look at this issue briefly. Your repair methodology is dig and replace. Is that what I'm understanding?
So, yeah, through Mr. Chair, the current repair methodology is to dig a section of pipe that's got a lateral split. We cut that section of pipe out and put a two joiners in. But the replacement methodology will be just to install new pipe overlay.
Through the chair, supplementary question. There is an alternative, of course, to flow in a sealer unit that does work inside the piping systems. Is that been considered, or is it non-compliant under the water regulations? We've used it alternatively in other items myself, just questioning it.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chair. Yes, the technology is available. However, in the 21 bar situations, it most probably won't. So this is a really, really high pressure.
Non-compliant.
It just simply wouldn't hold up to the pressure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, was there more? Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'm aware of the time pressures that the committee is under, so I'm trying to get as much as possible.
I guess we can also, particularly after Kirsty sort of showing us one part of the equation, but Alex is showing us the other part, you know, the nuts and bolts side of it. Once again, as we'll do it, just in on the tap, isn't it? Appreciate what your team's doing out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Late start, Joe.
Strategically just before lunch.
Hopefully you guys get hungry. Page 32.
Right, so just starting off with our financial planner, I just thought I'd provide a little bit of commentary around the numbers and what they actually mean and what the work entails for those numbers. So looking at our seal pavement maintenance, first one on that table, this is where we complete all of our pre-reseal repairs. This is the work that gets done before we reseal a road as part of our reseal and rehabilitation program every 3 years, as well as a component of that which is for maintenance activities. So underneath every single one of these budgets, there is several buckets of money that we use to split out to do various levels of service things or various projects or initiatives or some other activity. I'm sure Dan will go into great detail with what they are in your roading workshop. Unsealed pavement, that's where we fund the grading activities. This is a lump sum item that is paid for monthly at the same rate, and it enables 2 graders to be on the network 40 hours a week, 40 hours a week every week of the year. Our drainage activities, this is a combination of spraying, clearing culvert ends, replacing some components of drainage like urban surface water channels, as well as any sort of projects like the wheelie diggers. There's quite a few avenues for expenditure across the drainage money, as well as street sweeping, because that provides a drainage component to our township. Structures, this is our bridge maintenance, the minor repairs to structures, any guardrails or handrails that require attention. Environmental maintenance, this is where our district-wide mowing, spraying, snow clearing, and any tree removal or vegetation maintenance that we're required to do is funded from. Our traffic services maintenance is where we look at doing all of our street sign cleaning or sign replacements, as well as any streetlight maintenance and inspections. So our streetlight maintenance contracts that's housed between us, Waimakan State Highway is funded out of this work category. And then we've got our minor events pot. This is we're probably pretty fortunate as a department, is that we have a pot for some minor events. As you can see, the budget for it is 100,000, so it's pretty light. Originally it was 200 and then got pulled back down, but we've sort of managed to make it work. Everybody's favourite category of work is maintenance metalling. So we've got a reasonably healthy budget for maintenance metalling, which we've almost exhausted this year already. And then we move into our renewal programs. This is our capital expenditure, looking at our sealed road resurfacing. So every year we run a program of between 30 to 40 kilometres of reseals, and that's what's funded out of that pot. And then into our drainage renewals, this is where we replace or upsize culverts, or
re-establishing water tables, that type of activity. The next most exciting one is the sealed road rehabilitation. So this is where a piece of road has been identified as requiring a full rehabilitation, so the subgrade layers and surfacing. We usually get about one to two of these a year of varying lengths from 50 to 100 meters to a kilometer, 2 kilometers, depending on where they are and what the treatment methodology is. And then we've got traffic services renewals. This is where all of our line marking. Line marking is a reasonably expensive process every couple of years for a full remark, and all of our streetlight replacements. And then we've got our bridges and structures off the bottom, which is for replacing bridges and or structures. So moving on to this is a question.
Just on vegetation, I was just wondering, the mowing on our roadsides over on our side doesn't seem to be any done. It's getting very dangerous on intersections, the Coxfords. And on corners, you can't see a cyclist or anything. It's getting quite bad. I'm wondering when it's going to be done before Christmas or?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, it's being done at the moment.
Sorry?
It's being done at the moment. Mowers are out there now.
Oh, is it? Yeah, okay, it's great.
It'll be completed before.
The other one is vegetation sticking away at, like wilding plums and stuff that grown all out now. Some of them in willow trees around bridge entrances. You can't see the bridge here nearly. Is that any work going to be done on that sort of stuff?
Through Mr. Chair, there's a lot of work being done in the vegetation space at the moment, especially privately owned vegetation that's causing the same sort of issues. It's a two-part process because we've got privately owned vegetation that's a nuisance to the roading corridor, or you've got vegetation growing in the roading corridor that is just an unhappy coincidence. So we're making some pretty good progress in removing a lot of that vegetation at the moment.
Just have a look, quite a few of them, I wouldn't call them private, they're right out on the road reserve, but no one's planted wilding plum, and they're just taken over, and there's quite a bit of that, and cracked willows, they're out in the.
Through Mr. Chair, I think we removed in excess of 2,000 wilding pines off the network last year. There's been a significant amount of trees come off the network. Obviously, they unfortunately keep growing.
A question from Chris and then for
Through the chair, nice to meet you. I have a question for you. When you're doing high shoulder removal work, we're still using the methodology of closing down the roads, transport plan, and a digger, from my understanding. Have we ever looked into a lane rotor system, which is a mobile system with a big spinning unit on it, which they use in other councils and do overseas as well? And if not, why not? That's the question.
Mr. Chair, yeah, we have investigated two different methodologies for high shoulder removal, one of them being the potato peeler used by WIMAC, which was unavailable for our network at the time. And the second was a rotary type setup. A new business started in the district. We trialled it and it left the berms horrendous. And I would be incredibly gun shy about using that anywhere on our network where there's maintained berms. So yes, there is other methodologies out there, but none that we've been able to get onto our network at the moment. The potato peeler would be the most effective mechanism to do it, but we're all doing the same work at the same time.
Mr. Chair, so the potato peeler.
Thank you.
It's essentially a machine that goes along and skims off the top surface, and it's got a conveyor belt that takes it straight up into the hopper or the back of the truck. So as you're driving along, you're removing the high shoulder strain. Works very similarly to how the potato peeler.
With the caveat that you still are required to close the road because you take up the full lane. So whilst you may gain operational efficiencies and time to do it, you arguably still have a significant impact to whichever road you're working on.
And then the other option is essentially an auger on laying flat, which is spinning and firing it up the berm. So as you say, if you're going past someone's lawn or berm or whatever, they get the stones to lock. Who was it? It was Chris and Paul.
I'll let it go, but I did want something to mention on that. Have we done a cost analysis against two processes, just out of curiosity?
through the chair, the cost analysis for both potato peeler.
And the traditional method.
And the traditional methodology is cost neutral.
Beg your pardon?
Cost neutral.
Cost neutral. Interesting. Is there a report available on that?
No.
Yeah, thanks. I'm through the chair. Hi, Charlie, how are you doing? Just in regards to like the roading planner and the bridge structures, I see that we've got almost $2 million budgeted there and it's at 0%. And I note that later in the report, you know, we have got the Mendip and the Lowry Peaks. Is that just a timing issue or?
Through its chair, that's exactly what it is. So the planner gets produced prior to a claim being presented. So as work's completed and claimed, I've got to best guess where these numbers will be at before our contractor produces a claim. So in the bridges and structures component, there's actually about 230K of already spent expenditure, as well as $1.4 million programmed for the River Road Bridge replacement, which I think I'll talk about later.
It's going to be my next, yeah.
Which is scheduled for after Christmas this financial year.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so as we go into the finances, you'll see I've put the claim amounts for each period. The November claim actually reduced from 1.4 million down to 956,000. The majority of that was our contractor not having sufficient QA to claim some of the wind event work. So when we talk about the justification for contractor claims, it's validating their E-road data, validating photos, validating job, validated hours, job sheets. So there's quite a lot of work that goes into substantiating and making sure that the contractor did the work that they're being paid for prior to it being paid. And we've been quite hard on that over the last couple of years. So now the contractor won't present them unless they're pretty confident that we're willing to pay them based on the evidence that they've put forward. But we did manage to get the Lowry Peaks bridge replacement and Mendip bridge repairs in, which has been really good.
Charlie, that Lowry Peaks bridge looks pretty impressive. Out of our 300 or bridges or whatever, is there going to be a reasonable percentage that one might come into play?
You will wait patiently for the structures component of the report, Mr. Chair. I'll stand by. So moving into December, I'm picking December to be a relatively.
I'll just back on the foot. How much do you think the Mendip bridge is going to cost in the end to fix?
Through Mr. Chair, I can give you an exact number of what it has cost because it's been claimed. I don't know if I need to do that here or in PE. I'm not sure.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, probably should keep it in PE.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
It should be in public excluded, Vince, if you want to know that number.
So it's been intended work.
Dave. I don't know if I should let it slide or not.
What's the story about? Do you want to read it on the front page of the paper?
Just when you're in these stressful times of all this roading type stuff and getting such stuff, I'd like to think you've got a bit of trust in your service providers that they can get on and do the work when things are happening. And I'm not chasing photo to make sure all that type of stuff, you know, we'll chase it. But I know it's public money and all that. I hope we're putting resources out there to help them to do that QA or whatever you call it and that, because at the end of the day, if you're a difficult supplier, if I was a difficult supplier, my pivot would still be on the ground. If I'm a helpful customer, making it my pivot's up and walking. So I'm sure you've got the relationship.
Through Mr. Chair, I don't think there's ever an issue of our contractor being able to get out there and do the work, but I think there's still an expectation when paying with public money that we have some diligence to validate that stuff. I mean, and we're heavily invested in the actual operation of most of the works that get completed on the network anyway. So we're there pretty much from woe to go.
I won't echo what Charlie's just said, but anybody that comes and works on our network, before they come and work, they know the rules. So if we expect, they know we want photos, we know we want daily job records, we know we want E-road data, so they know that. So
where it's a little bit disingenuous of them to come along at the claim at the end of the month to say we haven't got that. So we just, so Charlie and team just flatly say, you haven't got the information, we're not paying.
So some of this we're not making the rules on, this is 50% government funded, and if we don't follow the rules, then we won't get the funding.
Yeah, can I just note on that, like, just to double check the figure, through the chair. So Charlie, you said the November in our report it was 1.4 mil, but following the whole QA process down to 956K. And that's a third, that, you know, that's a lot of public money, isn't it?
That's not necessarily work that hasn't been paid for because of lack of QA. That's because that hasn't been presented for us to look at because they're still working through the collection and collation of wet data.
Okay.
So I run a separate report based on metrics of what is presented for our review versus what is paid, I guess, which sits outside of this.
Thanks for that clarification, because when you think about it in dollar terms.
Yeah, through Mr. Chair. I mean, the dollar terms are pretty good. I think if we were to dissect the numbers of what's presented versus what's paid, the margin will be pretty good.
Thank you.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, and I think that procurement is one of the highest risk areas for many businesses, and so we have put those processes in place. We've had some issues in the past, and those processes are there for a reason.
I suppose I'm sure Chair is something. What I'm saying is, I hope we're helping them too, because if we want things opened up yesterday, don't make it difficult. So we need to be putting resources in to make it helpful for them too. Chris as a builder will know what I'm talking about. If he's doing work and I'm sitting there wanting a photo of every beam that's going up there, or he's wanting proof of every thing, it's going to take longer to get it done, and it's going to cost more money. I do get what Ames is saying. So all I'm saying is, I hope the relationship is we're helping them too.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm looking at the clock, so over to you.
Service request, we've had quite a few come in over the 3-month period, and most of them closed. I mean, you see October there, 100 coming in. That's quite high for us over the last few years. 100 a month is up there now. We typically get sort of 50 to 70 per month, so there's definitely a bigger volume of workload coming in. You see the table of LNP activities. So this is the LNP is the light maintenance patrol. This is the two trucks that cruise around the network full time, 40 hours a week. With 2 guys in each, filling potholes, replacing culvert markers, doing edge break or installing new signs and posts and stuff as required. In the wind event, they were very busy. There was lots of signs down. I think there still is some signs down that we're still working through the program of organising either replacements or refurbishments, and to have them re-erected. And they also go out and do reactive sweeps. So when there's farmers that have dragged mud or something onto the carriageway and it becomes a surface issue, they also go out and attend those sweeping type scenarios as well as like some loose chip or other types of sweeping activities or spills. Moving into our routine drainage maintenance. So outside of our normal drainage activities like clearing sumps with the sweeper truck, we've done 40 kilometres of by shoulder, part and parcel with the reseal program, as well as just for general drainage and maintenance. Last financial year, we were able to receive an extra almost 500 grand for resilience. So this was targeted resilience across Inland Road, Inland Koikora Road, Ram Paddock, Leslie Hills and a few other key roads that needed a bit of love in terms of drainage or pavement repairs. So we're most of the way through that funding now. We've replaced a number of culverts across all aforementioned roads, as well as completing the repairs on Ram Paddock, which anyone who lives in the area, I'm sure you can remember the slumps on Ram Paddock Road. That's now been resolved after many years.
It's been well monitored.
Okay.
Just got a question.
Just a question on broken marker pegs and everything. What if this contractor wrecks them all, like I'd see on Sinclair Road, the new water lines going on, and just about every marker peg's been destroyed?
Similar to Amberley Beach Road, they'll replace.
So do they pay? Yeah.
So yeah, Rampaddock Road was a big win for us. That came from additional NZTA subsidy. We managed to fix up that section of road that has been a bugbear in a lot of people's sides for a number of years. I think that's one of the only repairs to a road that I've had as many thank yous as I've ever had doing anything else. So there's some pretty pictures there of some high shoulder removal. We've been using the standard methodology.
Sure, it's about the two wheelie diggers. There's still one down at the moment. Is this sort of work not suitable for them at all? It's just different.
No, it's the high shoulder is contract works. So it would not be good of us to issue that type of work to other contractors outside of what's in the scope of our maintenance contracts. It's two wheelie diggers where we were down one and they've just stopped on the network now until the new year. Moving into our pavement repairs and storm response. Obviously, the storm was a bit of a pain for many teams across council. I was on leave; it was magic, but the team handled it very well. We had about 50 requests for service, trees down. There's some pretty impressive drone footage of trees down on Inland Road. Inland Road suffered a bit of a hiding, and further up past Conway, Inland Kaikoura Road also suffered a bit of a beating. Took 4 days to clear Inland Kaikoura Road, another couple of days to do the rest on Inland, as well as Leslie Hills. Everywhere just seemed to have an issue of some sort. There's still some costs to be shaken out of that. Some guardrail repairs to the steel bridges on Balmoral Station Road and Isolated Hill. There's a couple of other little things that need to be done, but the majority of the costs are in, and we're looking at about 250 grand for that response. As mentioned there, the historic pavement failures on Rampaddock Road, that was a really good win to get that done. And the response by all of our teams and contractors was, particularly outstanding. We had contractors on site opening roads, within hours, and they worked really hard. There was a couple of contractors in particular that worked really hard to restore access, and they've been, thanked accordingly, especially from our team.
Just on your seal rehabilitation, I just was down the Haranui Mouth Road this morning and it looks like it's got unevens. There's lines in it, like the reseals sort of doesn't look right.
Mr. Chair, there's a couple of issues that we're working on this season.
Yeah. I just saying, it hadn't been road marked yet, and you just look and you see like there's some issues with it. Like a bit of a muck up.
Very much in hand. But obviously, we're.
Sorry, James. Just point to note, just that top picture on the Inland Road, those trees there. My understanding from that was that was part of a forestry block that's been taken out, and ECAN requested that those trees be left. Because they were protecting that waterway and that gully or something, but of course with all the rest of the trees gone, there's nothing protecting them. So yeah, it was just contention, I think.
So who actually owns the trees now?
I'm not actually
sure. It's a private block, or it's not ours.
It was a private block, but these are the ones that were on the side of the road.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to highlight as well that we're not just absorbing the costs of this. Anywhere where we can find, privately owned trees causing damage to infrastructure or weaving curve costs, we are seeking to recover those costs. It's as black and white as can be. Looking at the pavement treatment types, so stabilisation. This is one of two typical pavement repairs that we do. This is where we mill, have a big mill that rips through the top 150 mil of a roading surface, introduce cement to harden it up, and we reseal it. It's an end of life treatment type. So as we're coming to reseal a road, we will do stabies is the common terminology, and that'll be the end of life treatment before it requires a dig out, and a dig out is exactly that. You dig out to a nominal depth of 300 or 450 mils and reinstate pavement layers, basically build it back up and then reseal it again. So that is essentially renewing of pavement, and a stabilisation is an end of life pavement treatment. So usually we do about 15 to 25,000 square metres of stabilisation across the district every year. It's had a little bit of a slower start this year, and we do about 5 to 7,000 square metres of dig outs, excluding full road rehabs.
Charlie, I've got a question.
Just sorry, Charlie, bother you again through the chair. I'm looking at AP usages. The variances under the 32 and the 20, for example, they seem to be, let's say the 32 is your highest use. Is just for the room, are we building from 65 back to 20 before we pour? Or is that just the common use from the quarry?
Through Mr. Chair, so that's maintenance mettling figures that we're talking about.
Thank you.
So moving on to maintenance mettling. This year we've already applied 23,000 cubic metres of material. That's not an uncommon number for us to be at the year end figure. So we're on a good run at the moment. We managed to put quite a lot of material down before October. Typically we don't, and we're still maintenance mettling either into October or starting again early. But hopefully we receive some additional funding and we can do some more mettling before the end of the financial year, which will hopefully take that number up to 35,000 again, similar to what it was last year. And the reason for AP 32, I don't know what the appetite for knowledge around stone size is, but we elected to go to a slightly bigger stone on our unsealed network purely because they hadn't had any material for so long. So we're trying to rebuild pavement layers essentially by putting a bigger stone in, letting it bed in, and then we'll run back over with a running course of 20, which is a slightly smaller stone in the future. So that's the intent there. And it's worked really well, not without complications and without some noise. Sometimes it's a little bit painful, but the outcomes are definitely beneficial for the road users. Looking at our rehab program, so we've got 3 rehab sections programmed this financial year. The first, Medbury Road. This is a granular overlay, so this is where we essentially build a road over the existing road. We leave the road in situ and we go and build a new road on top of it. There's another section on Medbury Road that was rehabilitated a couple of years ago. That section is holding up really well. Basically, we plan on doing that just on the section, the state highway section off the bridge, the single lane bridge. And then we're going to do Martinau Beach next year. So this is the hill section, about 1.7 k's in. We're working with the private landowners to get all the trees removed on both sides of the road. We've negotiated some really good outcomes there. They're going to start harvesting, hopefully, and then that will not only give us better pavement life, but it will hopefully save us some money on ice and gritting that hill section as well if we remove all the vegetation.
Yes, that Te Papa Hill.
Yes. And then Princess Street in Waikari, the previously failed section. So I'm not going to make any alarming promises about how well the new section is going to hold up, but we're going to try something a little bit different because previous cement stabilisation didn't work and it actually probably made it worse. Hindsight's a beautiful thing. Moving on to our structures.
Can I just ask a quick question of Princess Street? Is that going to be like where it's failed to the west of the school as well as to the east? Certainly those calming strips are. Yeah, okay. That's all I need. Thank you.
So our structures mended.
Well, it's just Princess Street's always a problem street. Don't say anything too quick because
I'm sitting on my hands on that.
A lot of people think they're going to solve it over the years.
Just a question, Charlie, through the chair. Have we got a geotech check, a geo engineer check on the soils under there? Because I drive it every day, that street, and you kind of avoid it and go around it. It's been like that for 18 years, give or take. Question.
Mr. Chair, no, in short, we've done test pits and we've had sampling and stuff done, not a geotechnical assessment, but we have had testing done of the subgrade layers, reactivity testing to see how the material will react to our proposed treatment types. Typically, we do test pits on every rehab to get some information or semblance of what treatment we're going to use. No, not making any promises, but if anyone's going to fix it, it'll be me. There's onto Mendip Bridge. So this was an unusual one for us. This is where the bridge slipped off its pile, essentially. We've never done a jack and pack type of activity on a bridge before, and it was quite an impressive feat. A massive crane there picked the bridge up. We put a new pile in and pumped it back on, essentially. Was an interesting experience for everyone managing that project and being involved in it, because we've never done it before. So it was something different for us, and it gave us a good steer on how we could handle doing something similar in the future as well, or looking at how we can refine that and make it a more cost-effective outcome in the future as well. You know, we were in touch with the landowners up there, and you know, I think they're pretty happy with, I guess, the outcome at the end of it.
I didn't hear. Yeah, I think the Leamington Bridge had the same thing done to it 10 years ago.
I don't think we did. I don't think the solution was the same. I think we did something different.
One of the twin bridges,
yeah,
after the earthquake, it dropped,
was
lifted and recon.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, that seems to work quite well.
Good result, excellent.
And then the next bridge, Lowry Peak. So this was a really interesting one for us. We've got 26 timber bridges across the network, and looking at how we can cost effectively replace superstructure components with something that we will get a relatively good life out of. So we essentially had the abutments Rio scan, so scanned for how much concrete reinforcing was in the concrete and whether or not it would be able to take the weight of a concrete deck, as well as new guardrails and all the other bits and bobs. So we managed to get, in conjunction with our contractor, to basically pre-pour a T deck, so a deck that has a T channel on it, and use that as the deck. So we got to remove the weight restrictions off it, and it came with all of the usual producer statements for about a tenth of the cost of the replacement. So, and that bridge was a nightmare for anyone who lives or has travels around there. You know, it was constantly covered in steel plates or timber bits missing or tractors going through it, or you know, something similar. So that was a really good outcome for us. Again, something that we don't do day to day, and it was a good learning experience for our contractor as well. Looking at the corridor management, I mean, there's a whole bunch of numbers there about how many traffic management plans and people work on and off the network, but I guess I'd like to finish on the notable items. There was an MOU that's been circulating with State Highway, so with NZTA, for at least the last 11 years that I know of. We managed to get officer agreement on that, so between me and my counterpart at NZTA, we managed to agree on what the proposal, like what the actual maintenance plan looks like, and where NZTA stop being responsible and where we start. I think that's probably the first time in many decades that there's been any clarity around who looks after what and where the definitive line is. So that's been signed off at officer level, and we're really happy with that being an outcome. They've got some wins, we've got some wins, so I think we've landed in a pretty good space with that. So that's available and sitting in our repository if you ever want to read it. And the planning is underway to transition all of our NZTA subsidised works to the guide, the new guide for how we TM now, for how we traffic management things now. NZTA basically said it was optional, and now they've said it's now not optional if you want our money. So we're working with our contractors on how we transition them through as well, because it's not just us, it's all of us as an industry that are now forced to pick it up and run with it, in a slightly different way than we were planning to anyway.
Just a question, if I may, to go back to the Lowry Peaks Bridge. I think it's a great result in the costs, financial gains that you've done in negotiating. It's fantastic. Just a question, like, from a width perspective, have we built the bridge like for like, and could, I guess, the learnings from this, I'm just thinking about this was probably built for a horse and gig, or you know what I mean, width-wise, like, and with the tractors with set of jewels and whatever might need an inch or two more widthwise. So can we apply the same methodology with the cost recovery implications to ensure that we're future proofing with the vehicles in the future? It's just kind of my thinking.
Through Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. So we probably could have made it a little bit wider, and I think on reflection, when we went out to look at it, you can see all the time marks from all the jewelries that have been down there, and we're like, missed opportunity here to put the bump stops on the other side, or something different. And we probably could have pulled the bridge section a little bit bigger, but I mean, learnings, like we had to start somewhere. So yeah, there absolutely is learnings from that, and I mean, both HDC and our contractor are on board with that.
I think the great news story on that bridge, that was a bridge that had a speed limit of 10 k's, I think, Charlie, and it was a class 1 bridge. And Charlie's ripped the sign out now, basically. So as far as productivity and convenience go, that's a huge uplift in that bridge.
That's fantastic. Yeah, good work.
Yeah, just River Road Bridge. Does that have a design and is it publicly available?
It has a design. It's not publicly available yet. It will be when it goes out to tender.
And sorry, another question. Rotherham Road North. I noticed it wasn't mentioned in the resealing. Is that on the card somewhere, or is it going to stay at 50 for another year?
Through Mr. Chair, so Rotherham Road North is planned for resealing this season. There's a cost sharing arrangement because it was a faulty seal. So later this season.
Thanks, Charlie. Once again, I'm aware of the time. I can hear some stomach rumbling. Thank you, Charlie. Especially on the bridge, I'm so glad I waited for you. That is a really successful story. It's interesting to see having more places that fits around the district. That's one of our big problems, I understand. So thank you very much, Charlie. And I think at that we can stop for our late lunch. Okay, welcome back. If we could now go to page 30, put my glasses on. 37, and Dan's going to take us through the regular section.
Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, Andrew was a last minute dropout this morning, so I'm going to quickly whistle through this. I should take it as read, but I will highlight one or two bits and pieces which I think might be salient. So on the first page on 37, you'll see the CSRs, or the customer service requests, are pretty static. One of the things that we have recently established is I talked to you earlier about a hearing panel. So we've also got a hearing panel internally to help look at some of these trickier issues that the compliance guys are dealing with. And also a number of their service requests are really complex in nature. It's taking the onus off the individual compliance officer and working with them through. So on the panel is myself, Kerry and Andrew, and they will come. We'll try and help them navigate through this because a number of these issues, we just reach an impasse and then they just sit on the books forever and a day, not really getting any traction or making any movement. So the three of us get together with the compliance officer and we try and work and speed these up. So you should start to see those total service requests over the next 12 months start to drop down as we work through them. Just over the other side on page 37, I've just mentioned about the building and bylaw compliance, and you can see some 16 complaints in there. But as
as a result of our first panel meeting, we got together a while ago. We talked about a house that was non-compliant and some of the works that have been undertaken there. One of them in particular was a drain that someone had put in without any kind of consultation with us, any kind of compliance criteria. With the best will in the world, they put the culvert in at their access way, thinking that they were doing a good thing. And actually what they've done is they served to back up all the water. So continually down at the parade in Mucknow, it was constantly underwater. So through this panel, we've just we've taken a slightly different approach to what's been done in the past. The compliance officer's gone back, had a conversation with the person that's put the culvert in. That's now since been removed, and we've now got photographic evidence under the last heavy rainfall of the water moving on. So it's a great outcome for the enforcement officer that's out there thinking, well, I don't know where to go. We don't want to walk out with a big stick all the time. So so this was a good way to take the burden off of them and or give them some clearer direction on how to proceed. So yeah, good example of that. There's no questions on page 37.
Just unconsented bridge construction. How does that work?
That is, without going into too fine a detail in a public meeting, that is a rather large scale bridge that's been built over a waterway. And so there are a whole raft of issues that we've identified with it from our point of view in terms of our district plan, the building regulations, but more so the more key issue is that it will have implications on ECAN and resource consent through ECAN. So whilst it's cognizant of us to raise the issues that this bridge has got with us, we've steered that property owner in ECAN's direction to say you actually need to go talk to them. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about it offline and let you know what's gone on there, but I don't think it's prudent that we raise it.
No.
So I asked you, when you go off the road, where does it stop? I remember in the day, you know, a farmer would put a railway wagon across the creek on his farm track or something. It was fine. Is this on public roads? Is it on roads that the public could find themselves on, or where does it sort of stop?
It's over a water course.
Not necessarily going into
that divides
property,
a piece of property, but in terms of, well, you can ask Kerry when he comes, but if anybody puts a bridge in, it's still subject to a whole raft of different compliance criteria. So it's not just a case of putting a bridge in, because if it meets certain criteria, then it's got to be compliant.
Even if it's up the back of the farm sort of thing.
Question through the chair. Quarry operations, what would it be referring to?
Excuse me.
That's on page 37.
Yeah, it just says district plan with quarry operations.
Oh, that's that's to do with a line work quarry that we have in the district.
Yep.
And it's just making sure that there's compliant with the district plan. Because some of the activities haven't been.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Page 38 is all reasonably standard information. You will note the very last piece on that page is dogs registered, 4,183. We are one of the, I think, if we aren't the highest dogs per population in the country, we almost are. And couple that to the fact that we've practically got the lowest dog registration fees in the country too. So just something to bear in mind that as Cynthia was saying earlier, the raft of work that goes into register all of those dogs. So she's been dealing with this backlog for several months now. What you will see on page.
Sorry, just really, I mean, I think it's really important that we understand, you know, the dog population, if you like, in context to our district, because we, whilst we have got diverse land use management. We still have got a lot of traditional sheep and dairy farming, which traditionally would have a pack of dogs or a, you know, a team of dogs. Whereas, you know, by contrast, other land use activities don't demand that the same. So I think we need to get our dog population in context, but I am really interested in the information on page 39 as well. So yeah. Start with more on the comment rather than anything else.
So on page 39, you will see, and I will hasten to add that this is a 3-month report. So you're not seeing 9 dogs all across 1 month. So whilst you'll have seen earlier on one of the charts that the number of animal controllers is on the increase in comparison to previous year. This is something that is top of mind for us at the moment, and as you'll have seen down through into the action sheet, we will be bringing a report in February to you to talk about the review that we've hosted on our dog classification, our dog control bylaw, and how we think we can make some improvements around that. That's not to say that it will stop these 9 events from happening, because that's something that is, again, we're just seeing an increase in it and we're not entirely sure why we are.
I think it's a demographic change in the communities. I think I've seen that in my own community. I just wonder if that has a bearing.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think you might be right. And I think the more people see it happen or reported, then they're more inclined to raise it themselves. Whereas in the past, that was something that was a minor indiscretion. I won't raise it, but if it's top of mind that it is something that we are acting on, then that helps people to think, oh, actually, I will report it because something will happen.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I really struggle with the dogs attacking stock, and you know, the rehoming of these dogs, and I respect the view that how this report's been presented to us, but you know, history tells us that these dogs that have actually taken the action of, you know, attacking sheep or livestock, it's not very often that they will change their attitude towards that. So, you know, rehoming and this dog's gone on their puppies, you know, I mean, it's just, we're not actually changing the situation much if we unfortunately don't take a stand on that situation. That's the dilemma we're facing. I think that's part of it.
And Mr. Chair, I would respond that we've also had dog attacks on children, and we've had dog attacks on dogs and adults. So the law around this and case law, as I've now found out since I started doing this review, is uber complex, and it's not just as straightforward as to say the Dog Control Act says if anybody feels like a dog is threatening, then it can be classed as menacing or dangerous. That's not actually the case. Case law has set a whole new precedent. So these are all the things that we'll bring back to you in February to explain why we have taken some enforcement action or none at all in the past, so that we're all on the same page.
Just through the chair, look, we've had dogs in stock, and oftentimes they're untrained or just running loose where they shouldn't be. The first few times they might just be following them around the paddock, but it can, and so we've been a recipient. Rehoming, to me, if they're taken out of that similar environment, so they move to town or they do something like that, but keeping them out there, so it's always a tricky one, and people are attached to them, and it's so hard to make a rigid law because there are some that are might be borderline, and part of it's people's perception, and it is tricky. It's a very tricky area to find the balance. But when somebody's badly damaged, I don't think there's any choice really.
Actually, we put you on the right committee this morning.
Thanks, mate. Okay. It's tricky. Okay.
just also over the other side on page 39, the topical information, you've got the review of the hospitality sector regulation. So there are some changes that are being undertaken in that space, which is going to have an impact on the team. And I think it's probably just my opportunity to say, but also the review of the regulations, whether it be the RMA or the Building Act or the Three Waters or whatever else. I mean, it's just a raft of regulation changes that the team have got to try and keep on top of and understand and bring back information to you, so you know, so you can see the impact on levels of service. So yeah, it just feels a bit non-stop at the moment. And I'll take any other questions on the compliance report before I move on to the waste and recycling.
So a question about the Freedom Camping. Do we have a demographic or a some idea of whether that's foreigners or New Zealanders who are causing or are being seen to be visited on that grade?
So who's using the Freedom Camping sites?
Yeah, do we have any idea, or we don't have that data?
Oh, we don't, Mr. Chair, we don't really collect that information per se, but anecdotally, we've got a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably, I'd say, good idea. It's probably a mixture, and it depends on which sites too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so different sites will receive different types of people. You know, it might be Glenmark Domain, and that will be the transient folk doing some work on some of the vineyards, and they'll be staying there for a while. And Hanmer River Reserve, you've probably got more of the domestic tourists. Yeah, so anecdotally, we've got a reasonably good feel.
Thank you.
Okay, waste and recycling, so page 40, so again, this will be another whistle-stop tour. And some really good numbers in here, there always is. Andrew, Sally and the team do a really good job for us in this space. And you'll see on the left-hand side, waste to landfill and recycling, rejected, and it's just 0, 0, 0. And it comes as no surprises to us, we know that we're always getting zeros anyway, and we've got one of the, if not the lowest contamination rate on the other side of the page in the country. I mean, it's a great outcome for us, and something I'll mention in a minute, but it's testament to our contractors in that space. I mean, they do great service.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I think one of the other conclusions we've drawn on the past is our low contamination rate with clear plastic bags. People query using a plastic bag to put it in and be clear, but you can't, if you put it out on the roadside, your neighbours see you've put a whole bunch of other stuff in there that shouldn't be in there, and you can see before you even pick it up. But it's that whole shaming people, really. Oh, it is. Well, they shame themselves actually if they do that, so they get caught out. But that's certainly contributed to our low contamination rate, alongside the really good work they do down at the service centre.
For that good effort, we don't get rewarded.
Well,
which is a shame.
Well, Mr. Chair, we do. We've got our social conscience is massaged extra.
I want that one there.
But just on the green waste, are you finding the outer transfer stations, they're taking green waste, are they? From like wire
or Sundew?
Yes. ECAM's got a bylaw that you're not allowed to have burn even a rose clipping if your property's under 4 hectares.
You're not allowed to
burn, you're not allowed to burn any green waste. So like your lawn, your rose clippings, you can't burn them. You're not allowed to have any fire.
Not even in a
that's an Italian
new change.
You're not allowed, it's a ECAM bylaw, and I'm just wondering, are we providing for an alternate for these people? Because what else do they do with it?
Take a hole in there, yeah.
Because ECAM, one has got this bylaw and they've prosecuted people on it.
I was just going to suggest through the chair that potentially they'll do the same thing that our urban customers would do, and that would be take it to the refuse station.
I had to put it down the hole.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so green waste that meets the requirements, they don't charge to drop that at the transfer stations that take it, do they? They do, okay.
It's a reduced charge.
Okay.
And if it's got things that looks a bit old, or it's got flaxes or
Cabbage
undesirable bits.
Oh, yeah, I understand
goes in
that.
the hole, same
Yeah.
as rubbish by weight.
Could have a communal. Understand that.
Through the chair, if I know. Thank you. I think the idea of us being able to dash down to the refuge station to do that, for some of us, like myself, that's a 45-minute one-way journey. And we do our recycling when we come down to Amberley, all our bottles, our tins and all the rest of it. We're not restricted by ECAN's adjustment to the bylaw that they put through. So I think we do have to consider how we can help those people if they be, because there are people out there in our community on 2 acres, 5 acres, a long way from here. And as things become more and more tight, price of fuel goes up or whatever, and the new RUCs, which we're yet to see how that's going to reflect outwardly to New Zealanders. It would be nice to think we had some way going forward that we can manage this stuff. We look at the successful operation used at Bromley, where they have turned all that waste into composting and they on-sell it. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know if it's profitable or not. I don't know any of that. But all I know is that when I used to have property down there and we took all the waste into there, we would discount it and it would go into, like Robbie mentioned, the chair mentions, if it was the wrong product, they wouldn't take it. So you've got a bit more careful. I'm just wondering in the future, not the immediate future, but in our future, is it something we would even consider entertaining and assisting our contract at the transfer station to achieve?
They already do it.
They transfer it to Mark.
Yeah, but we need to get it there from, say, Waiau or from our landing areas.
Because I just know our advisory group meets when they have a working bee in our domains, and the trees fall over and they've got the slash. They can't burn it. No, actually what they do is they cut it, Chivy Hill, and they have a burn pile. But, you know, which makes it crazy because it's just outside the town limits. So it's anything inside the urban area on our district plan. You're not allowed to have any outside fires.
Yeah.
So, you know, those committees can't even, on their own reserves, a tree falls down, they tidy it all up and they've got a pile of branches. They can't do anything with them. Chip them.
Make friends with farmers.
We're into the weeds, literally.
Yeah, yes.
But I mean, it's
Oh,
just
yes.
another, it's actually a cost to our rural communities.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
So I'll take you on to page 41, on to the insights, and you'll see there's an MFE visit, Ministry of the Environment carried out a site visit. And they provided positive feedback, so that's good. Always good to have the regulator having a look over and ticking the boxes, and you'll see that 146 tonne of mulch was delivered to the Amberley transfer station and sold, and that money comes back in to offset the general rate. Over on the other side, you'll also see the stormwater consent variation that was applied for, and so that was achieved, and the site's now fully compliant, so that's good news. And something for the councillors that have been here for a while, you'll see the new litter bins, and you'll see that this was a hot topic for us probably 18 months ago about the vast number of bins we have throughout the district. And you set the challenge to say, what can we get it down to? So the team are continually looking at that, and they've got it down from 197 to 135. And the bin configuration is actually changing as well to make it a little bit harder to put your bags of household waste into.
Just interesting, yesterday I saw an item, I think it was in Holland, what looked exactly like those green bins there, but they have a great big bin underground there. And then they come along with a truck and grab the whole thing out and empty it. I thought of the hammer problem, that sort of thing, but you wouldn't know looking at them, they just look like those green things, but you don't empty them very often. Sorry, Tom. Oh, and then Mark, sorry.
Sorry, I'm just saying that whilst you have reduced the bin numbers, the capacity has actually increased incredibly, because some of those rectangular bins are being put in Hanmer are at least 3 times the size of the ones that they've replaced. So as far as numbers are concerned, that capacity has increased.
Through Mr. Chair, I mean, the servicing costs for a big bin are not much different to the servicing cost for a smaller bin, so by putting actually reducing the overall servicing costs, because you know it's cost over $2,000 a year per bin. Green waste question. Cheviot accepts green waste, as does the Henley and the take green waste to all 3 of them.
Just on page 42, just a general waste and recycling contract. So as I mentioned, the contract started on the 1st of November. You'll have seen the report that came through from the council when you endorsed that for waste control. They've been doing it for decades now, and they deliver a really good outcome for us. Gary and the team, they're always asking what can they do to help. How can we improve service, and they continue coming up with new and innovative ways. And to mark this new contract, they bought new equipment, as you can see the pictures on the right hand side, and they've got a few more bits and pieces to turn up, but when they do turn up, then that is the time. We decided we wait for that gear to turn up before we do the announcement out to the masses, because we'll have a picture with all of their fleet. And there have been some tentative conversations about dual branding, but yeah, there are pros and cons for us to doing that, probably in equal measure. So at the moment, because they're delivering a really good job for us, we're happy with things as they are.
Okay. Just for new councillors, probably in the last triennium, the thing that haunted me the most in the whole thing is every of those green bins that sits outside every shop and thing, the average cost of picking them up or servicing them in a year is $13,000 on the new contract. Is it reduced to 5,000 or still probably gone up?
Well, Mr. Chair, I haven't done a cost analysis on that per bin like we did before, but I could do and let you know next time.
I know it was just the figure of it through the chair that just haunted me every time I see it, isn't it?
And the last comment I'll just mention on page 43, the community education, you'll see the repair cafe of 85 items brought in, and actually only 10% not fixable, so it's a worthwhile exercise, followed by the recycling theme again to have garage sales around Amberley with 16 properties involved in that, so that's great.
Yeah. Got any further questions for them? If not, if we draw your attention to page 44 and ask for Kerry's.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kerry Walsh. I look after the building and property teams. So page 44, I'll start off with building. The building team, they are an IANZ accredited building consent authority. We issue building consents, obviously. We carry out building inspections and issue co-compliance certificates for when the work's done. We carry out inspections throughout the district. We go to Amberley each day. We go to Cheviot district twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we go to Hanmer 3 times a week, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. And we also look after the TA building compliance work, like illegal building work, annual building wiring fitnesses for the commercial safety and dangerous and sanitary building work. So it's just a bit of an overview of what we do in the building area. But on 44, you can see there we have one member, our building cadet, going through the diploma. She's 1 year in on a 2-year diploma, which is going well. You can also see some of the jobs we have to do for our IANZ accreditation. It does say we haven't started these, but it's, we're about 50% through these, and they're constantly being done throughout the 2-year gap when we get accredited. Over on page 45, we don't have a huge amount of service requests because we have a duty building officer on duty most of the day. About 20 hours a week, they provide public building services by phone, email, and that sort of thing. Building applications are what I would consider low in comparison to other years. We've dipped down below the same amount last year. And, yeah, with only sort of 30 issued in November, which was relatively low, where we have been issuing up to 70 a month at the peak.
Do you put that down to just the way things are economically at the moment, or there's still developments waiting in the wings?
I think it's a general trend right throughout New Zealand that everyone's just a bit lower than what they used to be. It's whether it's new normal or not, I don't know, but it's there's certainly plenty of sections to build on, that sort of thing. So it's just it's quieter out there. But yeah, there's definitely a feeling that next year might be a different story. But yeah, at the moment it's probably the quietest I've seen it in 12 years I've been here. Yeah. Applications, yeah, a bit lower too. We've issued less consents, obviously, less coming in, less been issued. Average processing time is 10 days in November, but normally it's between 10 and 12 days, depending on the amount of work, of course. We process 20% of our consents within the 5-day period. We get a lot of simple consents coming in, like wood burners and sheds and things. We can get those turned over pretty quickly. But houses and the like generally get processed in the 16 to 20 days or the 11 to 15 days, where you can see the sort of rationale. Not all consents take the full 20 days. In fact, we try and get most of them out nearer 10 if we can, but some of the more complicated ones go up nearer to 20. We're close to 100% compliance on getting our consents out in the 20 days. We occasionally have one blooper that comes through the system. That's mainly due to unusual things happening in the team. It's not a capacity issue at the moment. It's more things that where something hasn't gone right, we've got a human errors come into play. But that is only one per month in the last couple of months, which we want to get better, but yeah, occasionally we have a few system issues which we're trying to resolve. Over on page 46, you can see we're issuing CCCs, which are the code compliance certificates, what you get at the end of the building work when it's all finished, where you sign off a code compliance certificate, and we're getting those out on time. With close to 100% on there, but we are getting 1 or 2 bloopers coming through with our system at the moment. Over on page 46, you can see RFIs. We have, when your building consent comes in, 70% of them get an RFI or a request for information. This tends to hold consents up, and it's mainly due to information not being provided to show the minimum building code requirements. So it's quite a high, even though it's dropped in the last few months, it's normally around about 80% of RFIs, so sending out RFIs to clients. We do try and help them as much as we can, but occasionally that does create delays for them to get back to us. And inspections, you can see that we passed 71% of our inspections in November. We also failed 11%, and we have an intermediate option of pass not complete. That's when we arrive and things are not done, but they'll be done by the next one. And that's what we call pass not complete. And it saves us failing them and having to go back and recharge. So there's 18% of those sort of job inspections. We do about 4,000 inspections a year all up. That's about 2,000 per each of our inspectors. So they do keep pretty busy. Over on page 47, we've got the notice to fix. Notice to fixes are issued for work that has been done without a building consent or work that is not done correctly. We generally issue a few of these a month. Generally, it's for work generally not done without a building consent, where a neighbour has complained or a passerby has complained. We look into those. And out of those, we generally give them the option to either remove the building work or apply for what we call a certificate of acceptance, which is building consent in reverse, really. And we have a bunch of those coming in. And as you can see there by the list on page 47, they are for all sorts of things. But they tend to come in and then they sit there for quite a bit of time to try and get them up to speed, because a lot of their illegal building work is not up to minimum building code requirements, some of it quite seriously, and it's hard to resolve or get it compliant, so they tend to sit there a bit. And we've got one there as an example sitting on 700 days on hold. So it's a never-ending battle with those really. We also have a 24-hour building consent scheme for some designers in our district. So those 3 or 4 designers that have been approved for the system, they can put in a house consent and we'll process that in 24 hours. So that's ticking over. There's only been 1 or 2 per month, but it's just in the starting of that. But we'll bring more designers on when we can. That's for sort of straightforward houses, low risk houses, and with a prior PIM that's been approved to sort out all the planning and other more complicated issues. And we can just process it in 24 hours easily after that. Topical information on page 47. You may be aware that private building certifiers are operating in the Canterbury region mainly, and we've had 2 building consents come in for them at the moment, which means that the council will not inspect or process that building consent, that they'll be done by a private building certifier. They still have to apply for a PIM through the council, so we can let them know any planning and district plan rules and natural hazards, that sort of thing. So we have to provide a full PIM to them. Small standalone dwellings, or more widely known as granny flats, is on its way in 2026. It should be 2026 there. That's very close to coming into law. I think it's due to come in next month and it'll likely be up and running in January, middle of January more than likely. And that will enable people to build up to 70 square metre small standalone dwellings, generally 1 per site that's existing. And they won't need a building consent for that, and they won't need any inspections, but they will need a PIM and they will need to use an LBP for both design and construction. And they'll need to provide us a full set of plans when it's done. Government's also talking about proportional liability. At the moment, if building work goes all wrong and we end up in court and the council's the only person left, then we could end up with the entire bill. So the government's looking at making it more proportional into what the part that we do, which I think potentially would be a good thing for us. We also have to report on our inspection bookings. We have to carry out an inspection within 3 days of the requested date. We have to do that 80% of the time. We can easily achieve this. We are 100% on time at the moment with all requests being done within 3 days of the requested date. Overseas products, the government's trying to entice more overseas products into the market, and they've created a list of approved standards and assessment schemes, so to enable more products to come in and would give us the confidence that these products will comply and not fail. That's starting very slowly. The garden sheds and garages, this is a good news story. As you probably know, everyone's got a garden shed on the boundary, and they're have been all illegal until this point. And so now you can build a garden shed on the boundary within a metre, up to 10 square metres without a building consent, which is really good to get rid of a lot of those little complaints with neighbours and things. And you can also build a 30 square metre shed 1 metre from the boundary. You don't have to be its own height from the boundary anymore. So that's a real plus for those small buildings.
Carports coming under that, or where do they fit? You can buy one on Trade Me, for example, and I see quite a few of them appearing in the place.
Yes, the carports can go up the boundary anyway. Open-sided buildings up to 40 square metres, they can be on the boundary. They don't need any file or anything. So yeah, that's fine. It was just the sheds, the enclosed buildings that were the issue. Yeah.
Do they need consenting or checking or anything special, or people just put them up?
No, they can. They don't need any permissions from council, no PIM or anything. They can just put them up to 10 square metres on the boundary, up to 30 square metres, a metre from the boundary. There is one proviso: it's got to comply with the district plan, and it must comply with the building code. So occasionally we do still get complaints about buildings not being up to standard, and we have to go and follow them up, but generally we don't get involved.
The other one that I've had connected with lately is the big canopies between containers that have been is there a consistent thing there? Is what they need to put one up on, what you don't, or is there a size control on them? Or?
Yeah, there is a size for those carports, but generally those canopies that are attached to containers need consents. Yeah, so they do require a building consent. I don't think I've ever received one for one of those. But yeah, they would require a building consent, yeah. So that's my building report.
Chris Carthy, Westport. With this reduction in the consenting, how's that affecting cash flow in the department? Are we noticing it?
Through the chair, yes, we get over 90% of our income for our team from fees. So yeah, it does have an effect on our bottom line as far as the end of the year. So yeah, we do need consents coming in to pay the bills.
Supplementary question. The anticipation is where I work in the construction industry, have done for about 40 years. In the interim, looking into 2026, 27, you were mentioning earlier that you were thinking that we would have an increase in, hopefully, for the redevelopment with interest rates dropping and the likes. Do you think that's solid, or do you think we're waiting? I know it's crystal ball gazing, but I mean, it's also important.
Good chair. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. It's very hard to predict the building industry, but yeah, there's a good supply of sections coming on board in the district, so that gives us some hope. Interest rates dropping. So yeah, the Hanmer and Amberley regions, there's plenty of sections coming on, so there's good signs there. But yeah, it's very hard to predict, the property market, and yeah, I think everyone would love to be able to do that.
One question through the chair, if I may. Thank you. I'm looking at the system you're using for the 24-hour books. I've lost my page. Bear with me a moment. With regards to, with regards to the 24-hour consent scheme. So that, just so I understand it, that would be obviously construction companies that you've already got a relationship with, you trust their plans, the architects, and you've already pre-approved their work previously. Would that be my understanding?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, it is. It's open to any architect, any LBP. So anyone that draws plans up to a decent quality we'll look at. So it's just the only really criteria is that they apply for a PIM early on, early sketch plans, just so we can get the planning side and things sorted out. And then if they give us the consent, and all we do is then ask them to do that and then provide good quality plans and work with us during the 24 hours, so we can really work. So if we need something minor, we can ring them, can we add that on the plans, and then we can keep it moving. So as long as they're willing to work with us during that 24-hour period, and we can guarantee that it'll go out on that time. And yeah, it is working quite well. The plus, it came out of a housing company wanting to know when they could start work, because they get frustrated about consent delays, and they've got all their contractors all lined up, and then there's an RFI comes out of left field and it blows them back 2 weeks. So that's the one that contractor sort of started off, and he's wrapped now. I can say that I'm going to be starting in 24 hours because I've sorted out all my major issues. It's just building code issues, smoke detector here, a flashing there, that they can easily fix in 24 hours. So yeah, but yeah, it's not an exclusive group. It's a group I want to make bigger because it's easy for us, it's easy for them, it works well. We can easily get them out in 24 hours. A consent takes 6 to 8 hours to process, so it's less than 24 hours. So yeah, we can make it happen. We generally get 1 to 2 houses every couple of days, so we couldn't handle 10 a day, but at the moment we can easily handle what we have. Yeah.
Through the chair, if I may ask another question, just suddenly popped to mind. With the 70 square change legislation coming into play, and well, it keeps moving, but we're looking, let's say, February next year. I think it'll be January, give or take what we're hearing. When there's present assets sitting out there that are non-compliant that will now fall under that legislation, where do they stand?
Through the chair, all the existing non-complying granny flats and sleep outs will still have to be sorted through the existing system. They won't become complying overnight. They fall under illegal building work, And the new ones will fall under a new scheme that's covered by LVPs, professional workmanship, PIMS, that sort of thing. Where the ones that we've got on the books now are done by whoever with low standards and quite some of them really low quality. So no, it doesn't give them automatically they're good. No.
Is that pen in the air or is it?
Yeah, for Chair Kerry, just with these new regulations coming in about the 70 square metre one, does the council intend to advertise that widely? Because my question comes from, at the moment, there is exemptions to consents about farm sheds or under 30 square metres, but there does seem to be a lot of confusion out there of what you can and can't actually build legally, or boxes need to be still ticked.
Through the chair, once the guidance comes out from MB on them, which is due out in the next couple of weeks, then we'll definitely put it out there, because if we don't get it out there, then everyone's going to do them and do them wrong, and they're going to end up too close to the boundary, not built by the wrong people, built over services, goodness knows. It could be really bad for us. And so we really want to get it out. If you're going to do one, these are because the fine print is what often people don't read. They'll see granny flats, I can do it, go for it. But no, there's a lot of fine print with these. And so, yeah, we definitely want to get that out to our people, because, yeah, it could end up in our compliance team and our COAs could blow out doing these. And we don't want to do that. It's a pain for everyone and costly, more costly than the consent would have been. Thank you. Yeah.
You've got any more questions on building before we go to property? So I can say, Kerry, it wasn't always this way going back 5 or 6 years. I remember the completion times is, you've got more to get through, but the completion times is excellent.
Thank you. Just trying to get rid of those last couple that are flicking over the lights, but yeah, next month we might have better news. Just quickly on the property on page 48, the property team, they manage their 453 odd properties that we own, but some aspects of those properties are looked after by other teams. For example, the parks, toilets and cemeteries. So they don't do everything, but there is a large portfolio they look after, including leases and license to occupy, where people use our properties for certain things. They look after rents and license renewals. They maintain the buildings. They do maintenance checks. They look after our BWAF compliance to make sure it's safe and sanitary. We deliver a few capital projects per year, and we have a scheduled and planned maintenance program. So that's pretty much what our property team do. So under the planner there, you can see the current work that they're doing. As you can see there, there is some people that use our property that don't have any formal agreements at all, and there's 22 of those that we're slowly working through. They've often been done just under a handshake many years ago, and just trying to get through all those to get them with proper license occupiable contracts. We also have a number of council buildings that don't have code compliance certificates yet, which is slightly embarrassing, so we're trying to get those sorted out. But yeah, and we're also got over 447 maintenance works to do, with 98 of those to be done this year, with 60 remaining. So yeah, they've got a fair amount of work to get through. If we go to page 49, you can see that they also have a side gig called LIMS, Land Information Memorandum. And this is where you buy a house and you apply to the council for a LIM to find out all the information. It gives us a bit of an idea of real estate activity out there. And there's currently 56 being processed in the last month, which is relatively high, but it's coming off a bit of a peak. And they get processed well under their 5-day requirement. Over on page 50, we have a whole bunch of social housing, people that need a bit of shelter. And we have 32 on our wait list at the moment wanting one of those, with high demand in Amberley, which is our biggest need for social housing. The occupancy rate is 100%. Generally, it's 100% unless the building needs repairs or maintenance. So yeah, all areas have a waiting list of some description. Saying that, we had one for a fire in one of our units that needs. So it's been vacant for a wee while we renovate that. We also look at unformed legal roads and look after bits and bobs that go on with those.
Sorry, otherwise your service is too behind. The social housing thing, obviously, in Amberley is there's an issue there. I see other centres where they're making social housing that could, if necessarily, be shifted to where it might be mostly there. Is that something that might trigger a bit of work or something at some stage? Yeah, you know, perhaps do more social housing or something. We're obviously short.
Yeah, we can do whatever you like. It's for it. That's what
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's very difficult to get social housing to wash its face.
Yeah.
I think would normally get accommodation supplement. And until the government changes that rule, it makes it really difficult for this council to be able to make more social housing available.
Through the chair, up to the room, having been the advisor in QS to Housing Corporation New Zealand, which is now called, someone help me out. I can tell you now there is no money profit in us to get entitled with social housing, because, and I can go on for hours about why, maintenance costs us alone are horrendous. Damage is out the gate, and the investment return is fairly marginal because our costs are controlled and returns are controlled. Thank you.
Then I think just through the chair for every participation, we actually have workshopped this in the last 12, 18 maybe, I can't remember, and you know, it arrived at that result. So, you know, I think that we have had a considered look at, you know, should we, could we, why would we, you know, but really it came back to something like that. But I think the overwhelming desire to actually provide some housing, but it does actually sit with the general rate to the shortfall. So, but we still, from a philosophical, emotional, looking after our people perspective, we still have an overwhelming desire to actually to have some of that social housing available, even though there is a shortfall. But I just for background.
So it's really something that's going to need some political Wellington to get through it. So
Good. On page 50, leases and licenses, we do a lot of this work. We have 65 leases and 71 licensed occupiers that we look after at the moment. So that, along with our building maintenance, is the bulk of our work. Capital works, we're only doing 4 capital works projects this year compared to 50 last year, so they're relatively straightforward projects. We've just got one on hold waiting for the Cheviot committee to give us the go ahead if they want to go ahead with that. Other than that, the capital works program is done. We had a little bit of damage from the wind events with a few lift roofs and damaged fences, as you can see on page 50 and 51. And you also see a picture of a nice toilet block here. There's an interesting story with this one. You probably know that a truck driver parked in front of this toilet block and used the facilities, and then his truck rolled into the toilet while he was in it. So he came out rather white, and but the unusual thing is he drove off and didn't tell anyone. And so there was a bit of investigation work, and thanks to a member of the public and our Facebook post, we managed to track down the truck driver, and their insurance paid for the full repairs of this after a few weeks of hunting around. So that's quite a good result. It's definitely needed. We closed it for a couple of hours, that toilet block, and there was queues of cars just trying to, where is it? You know, where's the temporary one? So we had to open it quite quickly to remove part of the roof, get it open again. But yeah, it's one of the most used toilet blocks, I'd say. I don't know, pretty popular stock. And yeah, there's a couple of wee minor pictures there of fans and heaters that were replaced. And over page 52, you can see there our property portfolio. We've got 453 properties, and I've just listed down roughly the categories that they sit in. Some of them sit in both 2 categories, but there's 453 properties that we're finding. Yeah, and you can see the types of properties we own. A lot of reserves, local purpose and recreation reserves is our biggest issue, biggest property area. But other than that, we have a lot of other things like even access strips and a little bit of freehold land, some fire stations and the like that we own. So quite a broad range of properties and all require different things, and some of them will managed by different people and different groups. So.
Kerry, just got, sorry, just got a question.
Just a quick question through the chair. Just in relation to the freehold land, are we continually reviewing what we need to hold on to if we could offload some?
Through the chair, it is on our program to go through all the freehold land. Believe it or not, it's taken us quite a while to find the 453 properties and what types and where they are and who owns them. And so now we need to know, now we need to probably try and come to you and say, do we need to have 67 freehold properties? Do we need to own them all, or could we use better purpose them, or could we get a better return from some of these? Some of the, the return on these properties is very low generally. So there is opportunities there potentially, but we haven't done that review yet. Sorry, thank you.
It was actually at our last community committee meeting in Cheviot, we talked about the Parnassus Hall. We'd had actually a letter from someone asking to buy it or lease it or something, and actually the committee asked staff go back and see how it's classified and what can be done, because it's been a bit of history out of it. It's been sitting there idle for the last 10 years. When the school closed and was sold to the Motorhome Association, the hall just didn't get used, and then the Motorhome Association, we offered it to them at a pepper can rental and they weren't interested. And so it's just sort of sat there. There was a person got interested and started trying to do it up, but he sort of, he sort of finding it in the too hard basket. And, we're looking at options because it's actually costing our local ward money, because we're paying rates, we're paying the water charges, we're paying maintenance of the lawn mowing and the power. And it's actually a cost on the community, and it's just not being used. It'd be great to see it used.
Just finally, the maintenance obviously on 453 properties is huge, and a lot of these properties are pretty old and needing a lot of maintenance. We've done a lot of maintenance reporting, and it's some of them, and we need to do a lot of that work now to keep up to a minimum standard. So yeah, we haven't got a lot of new buildings in here. They're all older buildings generally. So yeah, that is something that's going to be a bit of going to be a pinch point for us coming up, I suspect. But yeah, so that's the property report.
Further questions for Kerry? Didn't have to tell you twice, did I? Dan? Please, 53.
Excellent. So yeah, the amenities report for the past 3 months, I guess the big thing that happened was probably the wind event, obviously up in Hamner Springs and Wire probably for the brunt of that. There's some good photos in there of some of the damage done court. Yeah, that obviously had a big impact on the team's workload and prioritisation of tasks that we're doing on to getting that. But once again, the team really dug in and worked a lot of extra hours to get a handle on that. So like I said, it was really much appreciated, and like I said, yeah, managed to bounce back pretty quickly. What I'll do is I won't run through the planner, but welcome any questions on it. Just go through the details in the next pages, help you out some of the details anyway. So in terms of reactive maintenance, yeah, so we're around the 20% mark. Typically we're closer to sort of 15. So yeah, and a lot of that to do was with the storm event. Not so many tasks, but the amount of hours that went into tidy up places like Dog Stream was huge. So like I said, you really diverted the attention. In terms of mowing, yeah, we're sort of fingers crossed, got through the worst of the growth, but you never know, can't control these things. But the contractors, yeah, kept on top of it relatively good. Had a few issues following the wind event, just wasn't great timing, so they couldn't go up and mow certain areas. So the growth did get away on them a bit, but they pulled an extra resource and they've sort of got back on top of it now, which is pleasing to see. And that's sort of covered. They only had 8 fails out of the audit, so they're doing well. Moving to page 55. Interments, yeah, sort of bouncing around a lot between burials and ashes. Like I said, a few years ago it was yeah, a lot of burials, and now we're sort of 50-50. Normally, yeah, 1 or 2 a week, so yeah, sort of on track there. Like I said, it's yeah, going along. And yeah, probably the most interesting part of the report is pages 55 to 57, which is just shows some of the photos of the damage we did sustain, but also shows some of the great work the team have done in other bits, and in Amberley here and during the works in the Glenmark Cemetery as well. So you're welcome any questions on anything in that report. Now I can move on to program capital.
I mean, it's just that it's, I have spoken and Harris, about the mowing between Hutton and Waitari, and along the Memorial Fleet. So, I raised it. I'm pretty sure that they missed 2 cyclic mowing, because it was quite long and I noticed it on the screen. So I just wanted, I'm just saying that just for recording purposes, really. I mean, it's mowing now, but certainly it missed a week there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tom.
Just a very quick one. Great job at Hammer Springs Cemetery. Did it really quickly, really well. Thank you very much. And pass that on to the team. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. So good to move on. We can move on to page 58, which is the program capital report. I guess in general terms, you've been really busy undertaking a lot of design and procurement the last few months. At the moment, got a number of tenders out, public advertised, and also some invites out. So I've got a lot of pricing coming back just before Christmas. So next couple of weeks and get that awarded. So a lot of work has gone in to sort of get us to this point, and then next year will be really busy. For the contracts that we have put out, we're receiving really good pricing. Way below engineers' estimates, so it's really good. It's we're sort of making the most of that by getting all these tenders out early. It won't last forever, so hence we're trying to get as much work out as we can, so we can keep getting those good prices. So hopefully it'll continue. With this report, I'll just run through and highlight a few projects, but welcome any questions on each page as I go. So I guess I'll start at the top one. This is the Cedar Reservoir, which is just up on the hill here in Amberley. So at the moment we've got some reservoirs there. So what we're doing here, as you can sort of see in the photos, is building up foundations and plonking on 2 750,000 litre reservoirs. So the concrete, the reinforcing is now in place for those, and the concrete's getting poured tomorrow. So that'll be a big win. And then in the new year, probably February, the tank contractor comes and starts putting it together, sort of build it from the bottom and jack it up, and away they go. So that'll make a big difference of water storage. We've got a pretty good source at Racecourse, comparatively to the rest of Amberley. So it'd be good to pump more of it up to there and sort of blend the water. So that's it'll be great for the district. Moving on to page 59. Down the bottom, there's the district-wide articulation renewals.
Just on the Leamington, the Sinclair Road, the Downs Road, the road being closed for 12 days, 4 of those are weekends.
Yep.
It's just the same sort of thing happened when the swing bridge at the mouth of the Haranui was done. The contractors, you close the road and it affects a lot of people. I think we should tidy up our contracts that, if it's going to be that sort of inconvenience, even the road down here, the contractor needs to work 7 days a week and just get it done, and just take nearly half the time off not showing up. It's a lot of inconvenience to the communities, and I just feel it's just a bit of a tidy up where they need to be on the case and get it done.
I guess through the chair, anything's possible. Obviously, there's cost implications with working weekends. Like I said, if we want to pay more to get things done in a shorter time, that can be done. We can work nights. We can do whatever we want. I guess we'd seek guidance on that. Like I said, it's one of those things. Obviously, want to make the impact as small as possible, but some things do take time.
Because there's a lot of inconvenience for people. They might have to go another 3 or 4 miles. It's not every alternative.
Chris, thank you. Through the chair, question I suppose is we can manage that through the 3915 or 3910s, I imagine, the contractuals that have been returned. Then if that's the case, I think what we're seeing here and what I think Councillor Day is mentioning is that it has a economic cost to the community, not only just that, and just wondering if there is a way around it, we could squeeze them under the contract to actually do 7 days, 24 hours a day. You know, I mean, we do know that's hard on the workers, but realistically, the capital investment by the people in these areas and the losses because of it, it just has to be considered. I just wonder if there's something we can do under the contractuals going forward. It's just my question.
Yeah, well, to get through the chair, anything can be done. Like I said, there's no, you know, I know in where I live in Christchurch, they're going to work around the clock doing an intersection on Hillwood Road. So Christchurch City have sort of gone out of the way and made a big deal having to do 24/7 working on that intersection. So once again, we can follow that, but finding, I guess the one difference is, you know, they're using Isaac Construction, which is a company of hundreds of people. Some of the contractors we're using are mum and dad of, you know, 5 guys. So it's a big ask for those 5 guys to carry on through. And if we said that you've got to do that, they might not bid it, and we might end up paying double. So I think we've made a commitment to use local contractors.
Yeah.
And like I said, we can move away from that and, like I said, make it hard for people. But I think we've used the local guys as much as we can, and it's worked well. And like I said, the amount of savings we've got comparatively has been worthwhile and also good for the community as well. So.
Thank you, great response, appreciate it. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, so the district-wide matriculation renewals, that's in essence, it's pipe upgrades. So we've got a couple of contracts. So yeah, one is in Coleman and Amberley, which starts in the new year. So urban stuff. So that'll kick off probably mid-January, which would be great. And then, yeah, we've got one in going from Harden to Waikato, so all the way through, which would be great. So I know a few people might keep an eye on it, so make sure the team's tip-top shape. Yeah. It's also on the correct side of the road, Madam Mayor, before you ask the question. Yeah, that one's out the tender. Yeah, we're all over it, exactly. But no, so that's out the tender, and that shuts once again before Christmas, and it'll be another one. It'll be great. We've spent a lot of time working our way towards Waikato from the New Zealand to Waikato Basin. Been upgrading pipe each year, so it'll be good to get it all the way there.
So then, sorry, this is a big main going right down the valley.
It follows the road, so I think that follows.
But I know we've talked before about sort of future proofing coming through potentially from near a big lake to say Waipara. Potentially, would this fall into a useful thing for something like that when they head to getting water down the Waikato Valley?
Well, it's been.
No, sorry, am I getting?
Waikato.
It's hard Waikato. I'm sorry, I'm thinking scale of Waikato.
You're right. Moving to page 60. Since it's such a nice area, I'll carry on with Harden Waikato. So you on Limeworks Road, which is one of the roads where this pipeline's going to pass. We're building, we've built a new pump shed, and we're about to build a new reservoir, which is 1 million litres, which will cater for the township. So similar to Seadown, actually, we had the concrete pour yesterday, so they're a couple of days ahead there. So that concrete's been poured, and the reservoir install is going to be there in January. It's one of these ones, like I said, the whole, when you, this sort of details the process, like we ordered this reservoir pretty much at the start of the financial year. It's got to come overseas, so it's only just arrived in the country, so it sort of shows the planning that goes on to make sure we get the steps right, that we get it done in time. So that'd be fantastic to get that underway. Moving away from water to bridges. Which is, yeah, in my eyes, even more interesting, but anyway, that's me. So yeah, in terms of bridges, you've had a couple of projects completed. So in Larry Peaks, we've done a bridge deck replacement, which is complete. Mender Road, which suffered a lot of damage in one of the floods. A lot of vegetation got suffered and the whole pier pretty much went out. So it was like this. No longer looks like this. It's been jacked up and new pier put under it, and it's all working great. So those works have been completed, and we're pretty happy with that. We've got a couple of bridges which we're going to start strengthening in the new year. Morris Bridge, which is on Berrydale Road, and Mount Palm, which is on Mount Palm Track. So they'll start in the new year. And that's just pretty much putting steel structures on the site, so just give it a bit more light and move the restrictions on them, so that'd be really good. And as well as that, we're about to put out a construction contract in the new year for numerous improvements and also the A32 River Road Bridge replacement. So we're just received that design this afternoon, so we'll go through that and get a contract out in the new year, which would be fantastic, because we've been working on that one for quite a while. Any other questions on page 60?
The River Road, how long was that one? It's obviously a longer one than the concrete one that we looked at. So that's
Construction link.
Yeah.
Once we haven't written the contract yet, so it'll be probably 4 or 5 months.
No, sorry, what we're saying is the physical length of the bridge. You know, we've seen a lovely concrete one there, is that, this is not one that, it's got to be longer than that, more complex, is that?
It'll be similar to what's there at the moment, it's still going to be one way. Bridge, just off alignment, so. Similar size.
A lot of long truck through there, isn't
Just the wastewater renewal being prepared to currently out for tender at Cheviot, what actually that involves?
Say again, sorry.
Well, I just see second bullet point down on 60 contract, what with Cheviot wastewater, what actually is involved in that contract?
So that's pretty much renewing the existing main. So it's pretty much, it's going to follow the existing alignment where the manholes are, which is in the centre of the road. So we'll try and maintain the manholes where we can. And then that's just running down Reeves, Hutchinson, Cable Hill, and probably do the state highway crossing as well. We're just waiting to see what, we've got a provisional summon there around doing that crossing. That's just how we do that. So we'll work with the successful contractor on putting that pipe across, but we'll just have to check what's the money if that comes in. So that'd be similar again. We'll award that before Christmas and probably just very February start. So and once we work with the contractor around that. Excellent. Page 61. Not a big trampoline for the kids to go on, unfortunately. It's actually, you probably don't want to know what's in it, but.
As I know.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, so pretty much what we're doing there is we're desludging one of the ponds at Family Wastewater, pond 2. So little boat goes out there, not the funnest boat to be on, but they suck it out, pump it out, puts a polymer in it, and it goes into one of these bags, fills the bag up, water settles out, solids get fixed into the bag, then we leave it there for a few years, and we can do something with it later on. So those works are nearly complete, which is great. And once they're complete, then we can dewater that pond. So we need to do some geotechnical investigations on it, so we can build a new plant into the future. So
through the chair, do we know how many cubic tonnes we've got there at the moment?
We do, but I can't remember the number off the top of my head. Sorry. It's very, very similar to what the sludge survey said. So it was, what we expected to see is what we've got.
Okay, so we're on track.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm just wondering what the completion of the irrigation upgrades in Amberley, what's involved in that?
In terms of getting the irrigation going, so yeah, obviously we'll put in a couple of pivots there. So we've got the big one we put in 3 or 4 years ago, and then we've got a small one that's in, and then we also have the post and set. So yeah, those things are in place. What we're doing is getting a bit more soil and putting it there. It's very sandy, so all the stuff just goes straight through. So we're trying to add a bit of soil in places as well. So we're getting some free soil dropped off from one of the subdivisions. So we're utilising that to build it up.
Dan, what's the thinking around the technical requirements for treatment plant?
Yep.
What are we thinking?
So yeah, without going into too much detail, so pretty much what we'll build is a reactor plant which will treat the wastewater to a certain standard which allows us to irrigate on the land we've got, which is about 16 hectares off the top of my head. If we didn't go down that, we'd pretty much have to double the land.
I say pre-treating it before you.
Correct. Yeah. It pretty much goes and they pump the air into it. Really, it's
And what are we doing with the bags at the moment? Are they end up in Cape Valley or something? Or what are we doing with the
TBC?
Those surprise bags there.
Surprise bags, yeah. So we're just doing, for those that don't know, the government's just released the new wastewater standards. So we're just getting our heads around that and what that means for these sort of things. We're just getting a bit of advice on what we can do with this. Like I said, it's it's great fertilizer back in the day, but at the moment we can't use it for that. So we'll just get advice and do something with it. But yeah, it is an issue. We don't want to be trucking away
more cost.
Exactly.
Through the chair, have we explored the same routine that Cape Valley's using? Because it's got to be methane coming off this at some point. And is that something that's even been discussed?
Not at this stage, no.
The Cape Valley process is largely an anaerobic process, which is what generates methane. There's no guarantee because these will be oxidizing from the outside in largely, so there'll be a lot of aerobic process there as well. So yeah, we won't be getting methane off there. And the methane collection system is relatively complex, and then it's a pipe network underneath the cap of the landfill, which operates under a vacuum to collect methane. So it's yeah, different process. I mean, if we were to move to anaerobic digestion of waste, wastewater, it's a much more expensive process than the aerobic oxidation that we do.
Excellent. Yeah, the rest of the report we've got some of the completed projects put in there, and also we've got the appendix which details out all the projects in this year's plan and also the budgets which ones have been complete. I'm not going to run through them, but I'm happy to answer any questions on them if you've got any or anything else in the report.
Identify one question, excuse my ignorance. Investigate water sources, read climate change adaptation. Could you outline that for me, please?
Yeah, so they're just some money to pretty much undertake a desktop study of what the future looks like. Like we've had, the big, well, I'll say the wind event, but mainly, we had dirty rivers, and that had issues from Hurunui 1 and Cheviot scheme. So it could be looking at what do we do in the future at those schemes. So we're just going through and working out where that money sits best. But it's not to do any work, it's it'll be a report.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. If I might repeat a question I asked Dan this morning around all our water capital expenditure on that. We've had a lot of talk around Wisco and transferring debt, but I was just wanting to know around, what about transferring the budget and the projects that are halfway through, because it's coming up pretty quick. So.
The Wisco will initially be working to our long-term plan and 30-year infrastructure strategy. So that has to develop its own strategy. So it's got a period of time where we'll operate under the existing and then move on to develop its own.
Yeah, so there's not sort of like a D-day when calendar day when it goes book rather than you actually.
Yeah, there is a calendar day. I just can't remember what it is. I think it's in 2028, yeah, the day where it bumps over into its new setting.
Yeah. Mr. Chair. And just for clarity, is that part of what they'll be working to is our letter of expectation, or they? So.
Well, your letter of expectations will help them frame their statement of intent.
Yes.
Which I will flick back to you for your comment and then finalise. So, yeah.
So there's the government regulation, which is a must do because we're just doing it, and then there's some expectations there. But that'll be relatively early in the piece, but.
Your statement of expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the.
Yeah.
Let's go bumps in the line.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions for Dan? Thank you very much, Dan. It's great to hear some of these big projects. I've had a wee look up on the hill. It's pretty impressive. Someone gets a couple of tanks up there as well. It's a big bit of work. Or heavy leadership that up there.
It was, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now if we could turn to page 69, ask Andrew to take us through the.
Good afternoon. I think we've all met through one forum or another, but if not, I'm Andy and I look after the planning team, and today I'm reporting on resource consent and associated matters. This is the first report of its kind we've done to this committee, so I guess it's a little bit of a work in progress. And I'd be interested in knowing at the conclusion and leading up into the next one, what further information you'd be interested in hearing about, bearing in mind that there are amendments to the Resource Management Act, which have been announced 2 hours ago, hour and a half ago.
We've been busy.
It's pretty, what I've said is pretty brief. And, yeah, so over the next few months, we'll grip on that. So I guess the challenging thing in the last few months, since September to now, has been understanding what you want to see, but also a lot of the team has been busy in the transition from Magic Q to Datascape and trying to wrestle that data. A lot of it's held in the spreadsheets at the moment. Difficult to capture that or retrieve that data. So I'll go through the graphs that I've presented and give a bit of a summary. So on page 69, we've got number of resource consents approved by the various wards. It's had a fairly steady flow of land use and subdivisions, with a total of 30 consents over the September to November period. And as I said, the land use and subdivision, which is shown on figure 2. So we had a total of 15 land use consents over the September to November period. And what have we got? 15 subdivisions as well. So I'm happy to take any questions. I don't know if you want me to break that down. I haven't got a huge amount of information other than what's presented later on in the report.
Good, Chair. Good afternoon, thanks for your time today. Question I have is, do we have an overview of what these consents are for new homes, industrial buildings, commercial assets, etc.? Do we have any detail on that at this point?
Yeah, for the land use, I can tell you that 5, I can't tell you the specific activity. 5 are related to breaches of bulk or locations, so the size might be bigger than the lot permitted activity standard, or they're too close to the property boundary, road boundary, etc. One's within the ground, within the root zone of a heritage or notable tree. I think it's in Hemna. I think it's a cluster. I'll have to check my notes. One's in relation to a breach of design standards. Again, that would be in Hemna. One is related to a breach of permitted boundary activity. So the RMA provides for a lot of activities that are permitted by right, regardless of what the district plan says. This is a breach of that. Yeah, I can give you the specifics. 3 would be related to national environmental standards consents. I don't know what that is. The guy that I was going to give me the detail is busy in Datascape all day today, so he hasn't been able to give me the specifics. But it'll probably be something like electricity transmission or renewable energy provision. Those are the national environmental standards, things of that nature. 2 are related to a change or cancellation of existing resource consent, so that gets captured under the system. So the applicant has asked for a change of condition and it's gone through. And 2 is related to a waiver of an outline plan, and now you're getting deep into RMA speak, which is really exciting. So NZTA, for example, they would have a spot zone on their state highway network, and it would have specific rules. If they want to do something within that spot zone, they need to generally provide an outline plan of what they want to do and how, but they can also request a waiver of it. So other requiring authorities of the police, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Defence, we're a requiring authority, so certain assets we own may be what they call designated.
It's quite a broad spectrum, really, isn't it?
What's that?
It's quite a broad brush, isn't it?
It's quite interesting. I mean, it's to be expected.
be interesting to see how that changes with the new planning framework.
Yeah, it will be. I'm picturing in my head this, you've got a set of rules. And they apply, they build whatever, and then it's like, well, that doesn't work, so then they're gonna apply for a consent to bend the rules, if you like. And presumably further down the track, there's another line that says, no, you cannot cross over there. So you're operating in that space there. So it begs the question to me is, if the line was moved a lot further, would there be a lot less? Maybe that's what they're trying to do now.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be that for a fee and for everyone doing a lot of work, you may be able, it might be okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's exactly, I think they're suggesting about a 46% reduction in the number of resource consents. Without knowing or seeing the detail, I don't know in what space that is. It's probably something that we would do as part of a district plan review if we were going to do that in the future. One of my last jobs at Selwyn, we would look at, so there's a controlled activity status, for example. So you can't decline consent, but you can say, well, we'll give you consent, but you've got these conditions, as long as you comply with that. And we would say, well, if we're approving all those things, is there any reason why they can't just be permitted, but we put some permitted activity standards? So, I don't know, design sort of things. And I guess that's what the government's doing, is they're saying there's a whole bunch of things. That, do they really need to be consentable activities?
Yeah, to reduce that gap between, yeah, that's okay and that's not.
Yes.
So having looked through, Andy, I don't think your plan review is going to be a problem in the face in the future.
That was signaled before the proposed changes, though, so, yeah. Which is a shame because it's an exciting process. Yeah, so on page 69, also we've got figure 3, which is the number of consents approved by zone, and I use zone in a very broad sense. We've broken it down to rural versus urban. In the future, as we embed Datascape and again understand what you would like to see, we can look at, you know, whether that's business, industrial, sort of zones as well. What was I going to say? Yeah, so most of it's been in the rural parts of the district. I haven't got a breakdown of how much of those are land use versus subdivision. I could go through the data and I can come back to you on that, but it could be something that we report on at future committee meetings. And the balance are 13 consents in the urban areas. And that would again be those things like the works within the drip line of a notable tree, the design standard breach in Hammer Springs.
Well, before we move on to the next one, the Waipara Solar Farm, I just caution councillors not to make any statements regarding the Waipara Solar Farm. Wiring beyond what's on here, that's fine, but this is a matter that's in a process now. And if you make statements is not helpful for that legal process.
Through the chair, could the CEO elaborate a wee bit more and give us some better instruction in that? I'm not quite sure what that means.
So this has been passed on to commissioners for a decision. You will have to ratify the decision when it comes back. Anything that you say that shows predetermination could be potential for judicial review of any decision. So I'm pushing you not to make statements that would show any predetermination in one way or the other on this matter.
What about the potential of another solar farm? Can you make a comment on that, or because that's not in court or not being planned at the moment?
Well, there are a number of other solar farms being planned at the moment, and if you have a predetermined view about those, you'll need to excuse yourself from any process.
Just the clarity, Chair, that was also the whole room understood where we stand, so there was no dark areas. That's why I requested that. Thank you.
I'm still a little bit unsure, through the chair, Hamish. So just for clarity, in general public, we're not talking about the solar farm that's in court now. If there was a solar farm happening in Otago or wherever where I've been and watching it, I don't have an opinion. I'm not meant to have an opinion on any solar farms or wind farms or.
I think you need to be careful in how you express those opinions. I'm happy if you are supportive of a particular solar farm in Otago, but if you have general opinions about solar farm good, solar farm bad, whatever, I think you need to be very careful about how you express those views. But for this particular matter, I think you need, because it is in a legal process, you need to be particularly careful about that.
So through the chair, so just for my fuller understanding here, if I may, so the topical information that we've got here on page 70, while you may touch on to it, we are to have no further discussion on it until the hearing is done.
You can ask questions of clarification about the information that's in front of you.
You just don't express a personal view as to whether you're pro or against. Perfect, thank you.
All clear on that?
Before we get to that, on page 69 and 70, we've got two graphs. Figure 4 is showing a further breakdown of, I think it's figure 2, number of subdivisions in the reporting period. And figure 5 is showing the number of lots that those subdivisions have created. So quite a large subdivision approved in Cheviot in October. And then 7 lots created in the rural area over that time. And then Waipura and Waikari as well. So I can provide further detail as that data becomes more readily available in the future, if that's of use to you. Perhaps show it in a map format as well, how we can improve the delivery of this. There's a little bit in there about section 223 and 224 certificates. That's a process that is really beyond the council's control, but we thought would show how many are being signed off. That's really up to the developer. Once they've got their subdivision consent, they go away, do their works, they draw up their survey plans, and then once they've shown us that their survey plans are consistent with the resource consent, under 223, section 223, that gets signed off. And then when they've shown that they've complied with all the conditions of that consent, section 224 gets signed off. We've got statutory timeframes to do that, 10 working days. But that was just some interesting information I thought you might be interested in seeing.
So is the 224 like final sign off and it's basically elements finished?
And some of those figures there could have been from 2 or 3 years ago. Consents that were approved 2 or 3 years ago and they finally come through. What do we got? Topical information. So as set out and briefly discussed, we've got the Waipura Solar Farm. It's scheduled to go to a hearing from 2nd of February, I think it is. February the 2nd to the 6th. And then if they need it, the 10th to the 11th of February as well. That's been heard by 2 independent commissioners. I think you've all been at the back end of a plan change that's been approved for the site in Amberley on the corner of so once the commissioners have heard it, they'll go away, think about it, make their recommendations, and then it'll come to council for a decision to approve or to adopt it. quite a few submissions. I don't have the specifics on what they've submitted on. Nicola was intending to be here, but she's away sick. She was going to be able to provide that detail. She called in sick this morning. So I can't tell you, what the specific nuance is, but it's generally visual and glare related issues, and probably a little bit of noise as well on the boundaries closer to Waipara Township.
Through the chair, if I may. Has another application or consent application been applied for that would piggyback on this existing solar farm, therefore possibly extending it or extending the concept out beyond the existing application?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I ask one more supplementary question if I may, and then I'll leave it be? Have NZTA approved the bunt and the planting, or have they rejected it? Have we not had any indication on that at this point?
If it's part of the application, they would have possibly lodged a submission, and it'll get heard along with all the other submissions.
Thank you.
These hearings are a public hearing, as I understand, so I'd say a lot of questions would be answered if you wanted to go along and have a listen before we get our feedback come through.
Yeah, through the chair, public, and I'd imagine they'd be streamed as well. I hope so, yeah.
Thanks, through the chair. I just wonder if we could have some advice on, the fact that these hearings are public, attendance at or viewing of, given that we're then going to be in a decision-making capacity to accept or decline the commissioners.
That's absolutely fine to attend or view. The key principles are impartiality. So resource consent decisions must be made with an open mind. Public comments that suggest a fixed position can undermine the legal process on the basis of predetermination.
Thank you.
And you've delegated the authority to the commissioners in this case, but you still need to approve that. You don't actually have a decision-making role. You need to approve that. That's simply saying we delegated, you guys should make a decision. The decisions come back tick. It's not about relitigating their decision or deciding whether stormwater's going or anything like that. It's simply about stamping that box. It's a procedural matter. So, you just need to be careful that you're not showing any predetermination. You're allowed to have views on it. It's just that you can't be showing predetermination. This is a council process, and the district plan is a council policy, and saying things against the council policy will potentially undermine, in a legal sense, any credibility of council in a judicial review.
Thank you. I was just seeking clarity on attendance or non-attendance. Understand.
So that'll could be any committee of our council, so like the Glenmark Community Board. So I think we need to let those people be in the loop about it. Is it any committee, like even taking a far bigger tourism board, anything?
Correct.
Yeah,
correct. Those people are council representatives by dint being on those committees, and are bound by council code of conduct, and subject to that.
Yeah, no, I was just, it's publicly available information on our website, the list of submitters and their written submissions, so just transparency.
Yeah, thank you. Got any further questions on that? We'll stand that.
The only other thing I wanted to say, which the team has encouraged me to point out, is that we offer a 5-day a week, not quite 24/7, but customer service between 8:30 and 5, where we can take drop-ins with people with queries, email queries, or on the phone. So if anyone's got questions they want to ask of a duty planner, we're always available. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Much for that. So now, if I could have a move and a second to accept our information report. Kerry. So final thing is our action sheet on page 76. Thank you. Got further developments there?
I actually went and had a look at the site last night, and the trees are planted completely over the top of the line. And there's some photos. Some of the trees are this high, and then the others are ones that have been planted earlier. That it must do. Would it be 1.5 km? Would it be a new line? At least, wouldn't it? Could be a couple of kilometres of trees. So I suppose they have to be sprayed, 3 metres each side? Or, you know, no trees within 3 metres each side, so it's actually quite a swath through the whole forest.
So that's treatment plan, presumably? Course of action?
Yeah, as it says there, so officer has contacted the landowner, has agreed to remove any trees, so there just needs to be a walkover with it.
Yeah. So
When
that
is
was
going to remove them, I don't know. Because on the whole, they stay there.
once again, you could probably sell them at the gate this time of the year, so why not really well. Our next one is the Fergus Street footpath repair.
Yeah, so this is dependent, Mr. Chair, on the road, because of the camber of the road. I mean, there's a bit of a whole concoction of things that need to be done there. My question is does it need to stay on this action list? We know that whenever we come to reconstruct that road, we'll tie the footpath and all that fits into it at the same time. All I'm saying, it might just stay on your action sheet for a very long time.
If it's tagged, you've got a tag for the road. Then it's probably not necessary to stay on there.
So
Well, right then.
it's up to you, but otherwise it will just sit there.
Yeah. Can't see a problem with that. Take it off, leave it tagged to the road repair.
Yeah.
So we'll take that one.
It could be, through the chair, I suppose people on the street might wonder why their footpath never gets fixed. Because there's issues with parts of the footpaths that's why it's come up. Because the community committee said, when we were doing our footpaths, which you saw a report on earlier, said, this footpath needs doing, but then staff came back and said, but the road needs doing. And our community committee said, well, we haven't got money to rebuild a road. Who builds the road? And that's the roading. It's part of our roading team's budget.
So would we just put a communicate through those that committee saying where we're at?
Well, I think the committee are aware. I think what councillors alluding to is any general public, if they want to read the report, they'll see it's still on the action list and they know it's still in our mind.
Yeah. So you'd be.
I'm happy with it staying there.
Staying there. Well, we'll leave it there for now. It's not going to do any harm. Number 3, dog attack process.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I'll be bringing a report back in February.
Very good. And well, that ties up with the number 4 item as well. Then.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. That brings to a close our meeting. 2 minutes into smoking time. I think we have a break now till when suits you, and then for who's running the workshop. You?
Yeah.
How much time do you need?
I reckon we can whiz through it in what, half an hour?
I was thinking how much time we get.